My brothers and sisters in atheism, it is spectacular to see you all here today. Thank you so much for joining me. It's a pleasure having y'all all here. I hope you're all pumped and excited. Today, we're going to be reviewing a cool debate. It's more like an open discussion slash debate than like a straight up debate, but it was a pretty spectacular discussion. It's between William Lane Craig and Alex Malpass on the Kalam Cosmological Argument. And I think this is actually a spectacular debate for us to review right now because over the last couple days and then last week, we've kind of been circling around many of the same fundamental questions, but from different directions. And I think we're going to see a little bit more of that tonight, right? When we reviewed William Lane Craig and Alex O'Connor, we spent a ton of time on a bunch of stuff besides the Kalam. We spent a little bit on the Kalam. They did discuss infinites, right? But we're actually going to be focusing on the Kalam tonight, right? But I guess that was all focusing on the Kalam technically, right? Because it was whether the universe had a beginning, whether an actual infinite can exist in reality, whether an infinite past can be formed, whether establishing cause gets us to God, all that, right? Hey, Kelly, good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. And Hizzle in chat. Jug Draco, thanks for dropping by. Good to see everybody. But yeah, so I think this is going to be interesting because we're going to be going after the Kalam directly, right? Now, like I said, this is more of a discussion tonight in this, but I think we'll still be able to have some really good points around this. I think it's still going to be really enjoyable. When we saw Michael Huemer and Joshua Rasmussen, we looked at some related questions, right? But it was more like even if reality requires some kind of ultimate explanation or foundation, what are we actually justified in saying about that foundation? Yeah, I'm doing great, Jug, and hey, Doombase, good to see you. But some of the questions we asked her was like, does that foundation have to be conscious? Does it have to be personal? Does it have to be unlimited? But like, what point are we justified in calling that God? And where does it? Where's that line from like fundamental substrate or foundation to God, right? And then can you bridge that, right? And yesterday, we pushed that even further with the idea of the infinite God hypothesis itself, right? We discussed all sorts of stuff around that. And we did get a little bit off topic, right? But in that discussion, and the day before, we discussed the difference between like a mathematical infinity and then something actually existing infinitely in reality, right? What it means to describe God as unlimited or infinite, right? And whether we're using infinite in the same way or a different way, right? That was a big part of the discussion, right? Because there were many people trying to like, wait, is God infinite spatially, right? But that's not exactly what we're talking about, right? And I do think there's going to be even more education in this. This has turned into like an impromptu education session for everybody, which is kind of cool, right? Although that's to be expected with these topics and the people we're listening to, I guess, right? Tonight, we're going to have an opportunity to look at those ideas again under pressure, right? Before we get started, this is not going to be a replay of the Craig and the O'Connor discussion. This is a totally different discussion on different topics, right? Alex Malpass has his own arguments, his own objections, an interesting way of approaching the Kalam, right? And I think that's important because we're going to see how different people analyze arguments, right? And so different people examining arguments differently shows that, hey, look, there's different ways of looking at this, right? Rather than us just memorizing some response that we kind of agree with, right? We'll slow this down tonight, right? Well, we're still going to be moving fast, right? With the 1.5, 2x speed something. But on with this, though, keep in mind the Kalam looks simple when you put it on screen, right? I need to bear with me for a second. I need to put it up so you guys can see what we're working with tonight. All right, so the Kalam cosmological argument states everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause. It's 3 lines, it's super simple, right? Um, Unfortunately, it's been turned into like thousands of years of disagreement, right? William Lane Craig revitalized this, right? Recently. Uh, there's a lot of questions though with this, right? It is a simple syllogism, and it's got a lot behind it, right? Some of these questions though behind this though are like what does it actually mean for something to begin to exist? We've talked about that here. I'm sure some of y'all have thought about it, right? Um, but like when a cup begins to exist, are we talking about something genuinely new entering reality? Or is it just existing material being rearranged from pre existing stuff? If the universe had a beginning, is that the same kind of beginning as a cup, a table, or a person? Or is it the kind of beginning where it's something genuinely new becoming reality, not necessarily entering reality, right? When we say the universe could have come from nothing, what exactly does nothing mean? Is nothing some kind of empty state? Is it literally the absence of anything whatsoever? And if there was genuinely not anything, what could possibly explain why there is something now? And then the infinity discussion comes in there, right? Can an actual infinite number of things exist in the real world? Can reality be infinitely spatially extended? Is infinity something perfectly coherent in mathematics that becomes impossible when you try to instantiate it in the real world? Another interesting thing that'll be brought up in this video tonight is Hilbert's hotel. And I want you to think about this question, right? Does Hilbert's hotel reveal a genuine metaphysical impossibility? Or does it just reveal that infinite collections behave in ways that are extremely strange to creatures who spend their entire lives dealing with finite things? Or like the goal tonight with seeing another person addressing William Lane Craig's argumentation, maybe you'll come up with your own line of reasoning to address it. Maybe you'll think about it a different way than any of us have, or Alex Malpass is thinking about, or Alex O'Connor is thinking about. That'd be pretty cool, right? But keep in mind, strange is not automatically impossible, right? But there's also going to be questions about the past, right? So if there were infinitely many events before today, could we ever arrive at today? Can an infinite series be formed by adding one event after another? And is saying that we can't count to infinity actually enough to show that there couldn't have been an infinite past? Those are not small questions, right? Those are questions that we've been watching philosophers deal with the last like week and a half nonstop. We've been talking about it on screen nonstop, right? Now, obviously, I'm an atheist, and I'm going to agree with a lot of what Malpass says, but I don't want us to treat their responses and points. Remember, these are two professional philosophers, right? Just because you disagree with somebody, I don't want you to treat like their answers are trivial just because you disagree with them, right? If someone makes a strong point, let's acknowledge it, right? And try to address it, or let's just be honest about it, right? If they make a bad argument, let's do the same thing. We want to figure out what these arguments actually establish. This is an open panel debate review, right? And so the audience is going to be involved. Feel free to share your input in chat. I see a bunch of y'all in chat now, but feel free to share your input in chat. We'd love to see it. I'll also put a link up here shortly where you can pop in and call in and do the open panel review with us, right? Tonight, let's pay attention to some things, though, right? So We're not trying to just determine who sounded better, right? We're trying to understand the structure of the reasoning. You want to know which premises are doing the real work, which objections actually attack those premises, where are we relying on intuition, where are we relying on math, where are we making metaphysical assumptions, and literally, I cannot speak. Literally any other question you can think of around that. So, hopefully tonight we're going to figure out a little bit about reality, right? So I want to see you guys in chat asking good questions, making interesting statements. I think that'll be a bunch of fun. Let's maintain respectful tone, right? Attack the arguments, not the people, right? We'll get some people up here on panel here in a little bit, right? Tonight, once again, is William Lane Craig versus Alex Malpass. It is more of like a really, really calm and respectful discussion, but I do feel like Alex Malpass does get some jabs in, which was definitely entertaining to me. They're more like really high IQ jabs, but that's okay. Yeah, let's cover the argument one more time, and then we'll get into the intro music, and we'll start pulling people up. The argument that we'll be discussing tonight around this video is everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause, right? Let's see what happens though when Alex Malpass gets a hold of this, right? We'll get into the intro music here in just a minute. I'm going to say hi to some of y'all. I see a lot of people in chat. Good to see y'all. And B.S. Lewis makes a good point.
Begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause.
All right. So we already went through this a couple times. I see there's some new people in chat though since we started this, so I'll just post this real quick. This is the argument. He just recited it, but this is the argument that's being discussed in this video tonight. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause. So this is going to be the core of the discussion tonight. Zill, do you hold to this argument? Do you think this argument is sound?
I do. And
Okay.
we are looking at premise 1, premise 2, and conclusion in those clean sentences there.
Okay. Interesting. I do not think the argument is sound. We don't have to argue about that right now. We'll be discussing that throughout the night.
Cool.
I'm John Nelson, and today on Unbelievable, I'm joined by two exceptional philosophers who've thought extensively about this syllogism, the Kalam Cosmological Argument. William Lane Craig is Research Professor of Philosophy at the Talbot School of Theology, and his 1979 monograph, The Kalam Cosmological Argument, revived the argument in contemporary philosophy. And joining us to critique the argument is Alex Malpass, who has a PhD in philosophical logic and is the author of several academic...
Yes, that is true. He did revive the Kalam Cosmological Argument. It's definitely an interest.
He named it as the thesis for his PhD, I think I heard.
Yeah, it's definitely, I don't know about that. That might be true. I'm not sure, but it's definitely interesting that it had to get brought back after it was defeated, right? And that's kind of the reason he revived it, because it had pretty much been defeated.
Interesting. I didn't realize that. So yeah, I know it comes from a Muslim. It comes from a Muslim background, right? Because it's an argument
named it the
for
Kalam.
Right, exactly. And yet Billy Legg is using it for, well, he's a Christian, but the argument is for theism rather than Christianity or Islam.
We're very excited about this educational episode we're doing today, people. I think you all should be too. This debate or discussion is actually spectacular. I know there's only 11 of you there right now, but you should be telling your friends about this. You should be slamming the like button, because this is going to be a super educational episode. Everybody needs to learn, right?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think this is one of the most important and fascinating topics on a discovery for truth. And just in our present reality too, with the updated scientific discoveries that are always happening.
Yeah, he's right. This is a very important discussion. It's a fascinating topic. This is where probably 90% of the discussion lands between theists and atheists, even if they don't use this argument specifically. This is still probably like 80 to 90% of that discussion, right? because they're saying, oh, God created it, and the atheist is saying it's an infinite regress or a brute fact or it always existed, right? And so when they're responding, that's the discussion that's going on, just reframed, right? That's what all these discussions ultimately come down to. Was the universe created? Did it form naturally? Has it always existed? Is there an infinite past? This is where the discussion always lands in the Kalam, even if they don't say it does.
Exactly, and it can't be both. There either is no beginning or there was a beginning, and if that falls apart, then all the Abrahamic religions fall apart, and all the doctrines of the Abrahamic religions also get exposed. So it just right, it exposes the whole story of the whole all the religions basically.
All right, let's get this going.
Papers on the Kalam. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me on Unbelievable.
Thank you very much.
Alex, I know that last time you had a discussion with William Lane Craig, you were telling me that a paper came out of that discussion, and you're currently writing a book on the Kalam.
I'm trying to, yeah.
So no better person to talk to
Indeed.
than Bill.
I have to speak very highly of Alex Malpass. He's been around a while in the public debate sphere. He's done some very, very good critiques on all sorts of different positions and arguments. Definitely look into Alex Malpass if you want to see some damning critiques on a ton of different positions.
I was hoping that we could move through the argument premise by premise, but perhaps before we do that, Bill, why do we call the Kalam the Kalam? What's the history of this argument, and what happened in the 20th century that really brought it back to the fore amongst philosophers?
Well, let me say, John, first, thank you for having this program today, and it's good to meet Alex after interacting with you for several years in print. It's nice to meet you in person. The argument was revived in the 20th century through Stuart Cornelius Hackett in his book, The Resurrection of Theism, published in 1957. The book fell stillborn from the presses, to paraphrase Hume, and so had little immediate impact. But I became aware of the book many years later, became enamored with the argument, and in studying Frederick Copleston's History of Philosophy, found that this argument had a storied history in Christian, Jewish, and medieval Islamic thought. And
this is wild to me. What do you all think about this? Because I have some stuff to say, but I want to hear what y'all got first.
I'm realizing I've watched this debate, so I probably won't be too surprised by anything that happens.
You're very intelligent, and I'm sure you'll have some good input on a bunch of discussion.
We're going to use you as an encyclopedia, Kurt.
I watched it too, Kurt. That's why we're watching it here, because I watched it as well.
Right.
It's like a time
the Encyclopedia Kurtica.
Most of these debates I've watched like a time and a half before I review them, just to make sure it's good and get an idea what's going on,
So does anyone on panel, can you explain Hume's argument in this context that we're talking about? Because I know I've heard Hume's, but before I look it up and give my own, can someone else do that?
So right now the discussion is that the Kalam was revived, right? That's basically
I think this has just gone to the history so far, and like the thing
they mentioned Hume though, and I wanted to talk about what that even is, because it just came up.
Did I miss that then? Because I don't remember.
Yeah, no, they just mentioned it. I think.
What was the context of Hume coming up?
Okay. Well, if it's not top of your mind, then I probably should.
Hume said a lot of things about a lot of things, and if it's a context of miracles, then that's going to be one Hume argument.
No, I know there's something like an argument from Hume that is relevant to this discussion, and they just mentioned it.
There is.
So I wanted to get that out. I wanted to get that definition out now.
I don't think that David Hume has much has to do with anything.
Relevant.
It's not. He's in the 1700s. So we should either be going back to our farthest point of history
or the updated history.
Then you just don't know.
I understand what you're saying, but just hold on. Listen to me for a sec. Do you realize that the most intelligent minds of all time are in today's world with the amount of science and technology?
Oh, really? Einstein? And do we have Einstein today, sir?
So the beings that built the beings that built the Great Pyramids, right? Yes, Einstein's theories have been evolved as well. Einstein didn't know everything in his day and age.
He's been we have the smartest minds today. We don't have an Einstein or a Nikola Tesla today.
everything that was discovered in the 1700s was already discovered in Egypt and in Greece. The philosophers of Greece and Egypt were already discovering everything that they're.
So I've defeated your argument that they exist today. So what is your point?
I don't understand why the people in the 1700s, how they're relevant to anything that today. Like if we're gonna take an influential mind from the past, we need to go way back farther in history.
No, because we've established that minds in the past are still valid, and your argument is defeated.
So David,
the point of this,
go to the next
guys.
argument.
Okay, so the point of this stop was much more specific, right? So the point of this stop was that historically this argument had been kind of left behind and people had moved on to other arguments, right? When they're saying a revival, they're coming back to this, right? Sure, this is like a court question, but this had been addressed by brute fact, necessary being infinite regress, and it's more appealing to people's ignorance on those positions now, right? This argument had been left behind for a reason, I feel like.
Right.
Okay.
A lot of these, we're getting, that's where a lot of these religious arguments have gone way deep into the weeds, whereas we should always be sticking to the main arguments, which is, and the number one argument out of the hundreds of arguments against theism.
All right, let's do it.
Particularly in Islamic thought, this argument really came to its crown. And in honor of that tradition, which is called Kalam, which just is a statement of Islamic doctrine in medieval scholastic theology, I called it the Kalam Cosmological Argument to differentiate it from the, at that time, universally discussed argument from contingency, the Leibnizian cosmological argument.
Fantastic. And what was it about developments in the 20th century that sort of drew you to this argument again?
It resonated with deeply felt intuitions that I'd had ever since I was a boy. I remember lying in bed at night thinking about the past and the series of events.
I think this gives a lot of the position away in that it's often intuition driven. When we're talking to people, I oftentimes hear intuition pumps on the theistic side. Not saying all of them do it, but I hear a lot of intuition pumps from that side. Not that they're always wrong, but I don't know. Good logic's usually better than an intuition pump,
Well, yeah, it's mainly based on intuition and community. It has very little to do with like the Bible itself. A lot of Christianity, it's mostly just community.
Yet community is used to explain consensus-based morality. But anyways,
it's going back and back and back with no end, or rather no beginning. And it just seemed inconceivable to me. It seemed there had to be a beginning for everything to get started. Well, I found that those boyhood intuitions were revived in this version of the cosmological argument. And so I immediately resonated with it. And this was after having been taught by my theology.
Does anyone on panel believe in infinite regress? I'm asking Horace because I know Tacos and Kurt don't. Okay. All right, press forward.
I talked to a lot of atheists that hold that position, though.
Oh, is that a valid question? Okay, what do you guys think?
Words in my mouth. I said you can't know. There's no way to know. I said it doesn't demonstrate anything one way or the other, but you can't know.
So are you agnostic to infinite regress as
I don't use the word agnostic. I would say I withhold judgment.
You don't. Wait.
There's nothing to believe one way or the other. There's no demonstration. There's not even. There's complete equipoise. There's literally no evidence.
But hold on, Kurt,
the only evidence. No. Why do you have to interrupt me constantly, Zill? Come on.
Because you're not making sense, bro.
No, I literally am making sense. I'm saying there's
all right,
no way to make a judgment. Okay. Do you have a belief about whether the number of atoms in the universe is odd or even? Because if you do, it's a wasted belief. This is exactly the same thing.
No. We're not gonna go down.
He's totally right. You're totally right, Kurt. You cannot know. No one can know, so no one can make the claim. You just will never know.
My key point is the
this is about my understanding of the.
Oh my God! Can you let
some chill, Kurt?
Guys,
chill,
hang on. Everybody, chill out just a little bit. Let's take a chill and cool down a little.
Okay, so it's important to point out that Craig did just give his evidence. He gave his evidence against an infinite regress, and it was that when he was laying in his bed when he was a teenager, he just couldn't imagine it. That is his evidence. Now, I find that weak evidence. You may be different. You may think that Craig's teen intuitions are very strong evidence. That may be the kind of person you are. But if you are, you should be upfront about the reason why you think there can't be an infinite past. And the reason you think that is because teenage William Lane Craig, laying in his bed, also thought that. That is your reason.
It's not fun, right? That's like there's either that's truth and sort of non-truth.
Some people think you can reason to natural facts about reality, though.
Yeah, there's no way to
back. Welcome back, Zill.
There's no way to
You're
get
unmuted.
there mentally.
Let's go.
Or scientifically. It's too far back in the past, right? We have to go back 14 billion years and beyond to before the start of the expansion of the universe, right?
Today's topic is, did the universe have a beginning?
No.
Zill says yes, and they say, I don't know.
Well, I'm always going to be agnostic to that, but I'm leaning more, and I don't want to say.
So you are agnostic to that, horse, but
I have
Kurt is somehow not agnostic to that. Yet,
but I have sufficient reasoning.
How different are your positions?
Oh, the reason. So, I have sufficient reasoning to be under the impression that we live in a cyclical universe, because the only way that we know or see anything is through the light, which is electromagnetic radiation and all forms of light. So we see through telescopes or microscopes, and we observe through light. So when we look back in the past, we can see we know the sun has been around for 13.8 billion years. We know that because we can see into the Milky Way, into the past, right? Scientists look into the microscopes.
Right.
But we follow that trail,
universe, right?
And in the way that light acts in reality, it's cyclical.
There's
the sun rises every single day.
No, there's a limit to light in the universe. It's
there isn't,
386,000 miles per second. Right?
That's just the speed, the causality, though. That's not
the speed of light.
That doesn't explain the whether it's infinite or not, or whether it's cyclical or not, right? Like,
right. Well, this is what clues in scientists how far away certain things are. I guess because of what we can see in changes over time, right?
Right.
And things that are smaller, right?
So that's the farthest we can see. The farthest we can see is light. That's the farthest we can ever see.
We understand that light has a limit in our physical reality due to experiments we can do across the world.
It's the definition of causality. Everything that's happening,
all the limit on our reality.
Well, all the trillions of processes that are happening simultaneously right now are happening under the causality.
Okay,
of this.
But tying this back to our observable universe, right? So.
And there is a good audience question from Golden Arm. How does a cyclic universe imply eternal past? Couldn't God have created a cyclic universe? This explanation doesn't even begin to answer the question. Thank you, Golden Arm. Great point.
Well, then we're just making another assumption. We're just putting this fictional character in the same story, whereas it doesn't explain anything. Like gravity explains things, nuclear fusion explains things, photosynthesis explains things, light explains things. God doesn't explain anything. You're just throw in Superman into the story. It doesn't answer anything. So you can leave it out of the story and still get somewhere, right? You can look into the ancient past and still, as far as we can go.
Well, I think
without the concept of Christianity, we can understand.
Well, I think it collapses into infinite regress is the problem, isn't it? Isn't that the issue?
I guess there's a somewhere in between, yeah.
Yeah, so there must be a cause of the cyclical, right?
Big mystery.
All right. Let's get back into this. We're still really early in the video. Let's get into a little bit more.
Let's go.
Professors in college that there are no good arguments for the existence of God, that they'd all been refuted, and this argument in particular was much despised. Wallace Matson called it the crude cosmological argument, and yet here Hackett was going against this the current and defending this argument against every conceivable objection. And I thought to myself, I have got to settle my mind with respect to this argument. And so I determined that if I could ever do a PhD in philosophy, I would write on the cosmological argument for God's existence. And lo and behold, Professor John Hick at the University of Birmingham accepted that thesis topic, and Jan and I moved to England and spent a few wonderful years working under Professor Hick on this very argument, out of which 3 books came.
And you spoke about the intuitive appeal of the arguments.
All right. Do y'all have any thoughts on this so far? On why somebody would be so deeply drawn to the Kalam cosmological argument that they'll move to another country and write their PhD thesis about this?
I just want to take back what I said about Hume as well. I do have a lot of respect for John Locke. I love John Locke and a lot of those guys. I just from independent research, I think it's just outdated. I think we have closer answers and more serious philosophers in these, like in the Greeks and in Egyptian times, and then we have in the 21st century, we've evolved on a lot of those great thinkers' ideas, like Hume and John Locke and these guys. So using them as like this foundation is like using like someone from the 900s as like a foundation for science, when they were just simply adding pieces to the puzzle for us.
Or the way that it appeals to our intuitions. I think premise 1 probably feels the most intuitive. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. But is it just an argument from intuition, or is there a more rigorous way of grounding those intuitions? What's your case for premise 1?
In the original book, the Kalam Cosmological Argument, I more or less made no attempt to defend premise 1, that everything that begins to exist has a cause. Because it seemed to me that it was so obvious that any attempt to provide an argument for it would be based on premises less obvious than the statement itself. So it just seemed to me that one just puts that premise out there, that everything that begins to exist has a cause. And if the skeptic wants to deny that premise, then I say he's welcome to do it. He thereby shows himself to be someone who's just interested in an intellectual refutation of an academic argument and not really interested in finding out the truth about reality. Now, since then, I haven't.
All right. What do you guys think about the first part? So he is going to go a little bit more into detail on this here in a second, but this first part, I think, was very, very interesting. Do you guys have any thoughts so far?
I think it's shocking. Go ahead.
You go ahead, Kurt.
Yeah, I mean, you have something to say. Go ahead. I don't want to interrupt you.
I was just going to what I was saying about light. Like, light doesn't have a cause. It's the causality in itself. So to say like there's a beginning, we're just refocusing on light once again, because light is the first. It's always been the first. Like everyone knows what the Great Pyramids are, right, in Egypt. So the people that built these, or the beings, whatever they are, we have documentation. They were called the Shamsu Hor, or the followers of light, and this goes way back. And even Einstein and a lot of these great thinkers, they were followers of light as well, because they were studying the quantum physics and this, anything that is evolving our world.
Wait,
always
what
has
is
to be
light? Like the logos, the reason for everything.
What type of war was it?
Sorry,
what you said? It was some type of whore. What type?
Oh, like the Shamsu Hor.
It's a name, not
what?
It's just a name. The Shamsu Hor are the followers of light, the beings that created the Great Pyramids in Egypt.
Oh my goodness, I reject it.
No, this is.
I would like to respond to that comment.
There's actually they left scrolls, the King's List, right? There's a few different King's List that they found, and it same with Mesopotamia. It dates back hundreds of thousands of years of these demigods or whatever. But
awesome.
Well, that's been the whole story. The Enlightenment era was also people discovering, right, the Renaissance, and like Leonardo da Vinci was using new techniques to discover new paintings and how to use light.
And there's an interesting audience question. Enif asks, doesn't the infinite regress issue imply the A theory of time? Under B theory, it seems like an infinite eternal past has no problem. I think William Lane Craig in the last video we watched of him claimed A theory, if I'm not mistaken, although he still claimed general relativity, which didn't really make sense.
He does hold A theory, I think.
Whoa.
Yeah, there's a big discussion about it. He holds A theory with general relativity. It was in the discussion last time.
William is just misunderstanding causality when he says there is no cause. He's misunderstanding the whole definition and concept of causality in the beginning.
No, he asserts
don't
that
believe he
everything
said
that
there was
begins
no
to
cause.
exist has a cause.
Yeah, there is
And
no
the
cause.
first
He was saying there
no.
was no cause, right? Or there is a cause.
I don't think you heard
Well,
him
All
correctly.
right. We're
Morris.
still in the introductory portion. Nobody mentioned the intuition pump. That I think it is crazy to call an argument a rigorous academic pump or rigorous academic argument if you're pushing P1 from intuition pump when that's the primary one in question.
Wait, you think P1, everything that begins to exist has a cause, is, what did you call it?
An intuition pump.
I don't think there's a word within premise 1 that you could defend adequately.
Okay.
Personally.
Why is it that?
I just don't think any of those words can be used to demonstrate anything because everything is not really a meaningful word. Begins, I mean, you'd have to define it much more clearly. Exist, you'd have to define much more clearly. I don't know what you mean mereologically.
Oh, well, Kurt, we know you have a different understanding of existence than most people.
I don't even know what definition you'd be using there. The fact that he didn't even consider defending it in
you're
a
the worst
period
person
in the
to talk to about
1970s
this,
or 80s is like kind of shocking to me that and it's shocking that he got through printing the whole book without defending it. But there you go.
3 books. He said 3 books.
Yeah, right. So, but he's admitted here that he published at least 1 book on it without ever even considering any of the initial parts of premise 1 as being under attack. Maybe all 3. I don't know. He said when he first wrote it, he said he didn't bother to defend it. So I'm not going to say.
I just have to say, great minds think alike, Kurt.
Which great minds?
Take from that what you will, but it's very poignant.
Just a quick side note, I just realized something too, because like William claims there was a beginning, right? There was a cause, but then he believes in a book where he lives eternally in paradise in the end. So if he's living eternally, then that means
Kalam
there's
is
no end.
talking about like a cause to the universe, not that. That's different. They're talking about like some non-spatio-temporal
but like
life,
because they have no end, but they have a beginning, which doesn't make sense.
I don't know what. Yeah, it's not right. No, none of that's coherent. But that's what they believe.
I mean, I don't want to defend him, but it is coherent, right? There's a difference between a line and a ray, right? A line,
right? But if you're
through point that goes on infinitely in both directions, a ray has a starting point but goes on infinitely in the other direction. So all that Craig is saying is that like the history of the universe is a ray, not a line.
What I'm saying is that the soul thing, non-spatio-temporally, that's your life as your life force or whatever, isn't a coherent thought. I keep saying this, but you could go to sleep and smell the color purple and it makes total sense in your dream, but you wake up and upon further examination, it doesn't make sense absent synesthesia, right?
Yep.
What's interesting, like with time too, like time is a cycle. It's a cycle on a clock. It's a cycle in the yearly cycle and in the monthly and the daily cycle. There's obviously no weekly cycle in nature. That's a made up thing. So time is a cycle in our reality, but it's also linear. So is it both or is it cyclical? Like, are we going through a cyclical process or are we going through a linear process or both? Like, is there a beginning, right? You know what I mean? Like in our time, our evidential time.
So there's like
the year, but every year is a cycle, right?
There is rotations of the Earth, and
then we don't have any evidence for a beginning or an
around
end.
The sun. And
we don't have any evidence for a beginning or an end, but we have all the evidence we need for a yearly cycle, a daily cycle, a monthly cycle, right? These probably 1,000 cycles, like.
We have evidence for an end, and we have evidence for the universe forming from pre-existing stuff.
Even with the other planets, it's like Jupiter is cycling in its solar system.
All right. Well, let's get back into this because he's about to tell us how he later didn't use intuition pumps. So I'm excited for you all to hear how he later didn't use intuition pumps here.
Attempted to articulate 3 arguments in support of the first premise that unpack it a little bit more, but still basically rooted in this metaphysical intuition that out of nothing, nothing comes. And therefore, if something comes into being, there surely has to be a cause that brings it into being.
Got him.
Well, Alex, you're welcome to have a stab at the first premise if you want to.
That's a fact. What do you guys
Is
think?
it?
So when you say cause, the cause
Out of nothing comes nothing.
It is because so Einstein, right? This is provable with evidence now with E equals mc squared, and the C is the causality. So nothing moves faster or more efficient than the speed of light, and that is the cause of all things. So, and again, light, which is all the stars, the sun, and our solar system, that is a cyclical, evidential thing we can see.
Okay, so you agree with
the sun is cycling
one.
every day.
Okay, Horace. So Horace agrees with P1. Does anyone else agree with that?
I'm not sure that he said that he agreed with premise one, but if
Oh,
he
yeah,
does,
he
that's
did.
fine.
He said everything has a
Are you
cause.
saying that things begin to exist, Horace?
No, I never said there was a beginning or an end. I'm saying that
So
it seems more
if he
cyclical.
doesn't say that things begin to exist, he is not agreeing with premise one, Zil.
Zil, do you agree that we
So
have a solar
he
year?
agrees everything has a cause, but not that everything begins to exist. Is that the difference here? Really?
No, Zil. Do you agree that we live in a solar system that when we live in our time is governed by a solar year? Like your time and your days are governed by solar days and solar years, correct?
Oh my goodness.
So you're living in a cyclical world every year. You're living in a cyclical year, a cyclical. And how do you and you don't know? No one knows if there's a beginning or an end to that cycle. What we do know for sure is that there is a cycle.
Yeah, we're in orbit in our freaking space shit, whatever.
It happens with plants too.
Hey,
right?
watch the language, man.
Pardon me. Excuse me.
All right.
Yeah, we are in our orbit. What do you?
So there's both in the macrocosm and the microcosm world. So like seeds and plants are also going through a cycle through decomposition, and the leaves fall, then they feed the ground, right? So we see that cycle. So William claiming there's a cause, again, he's just misunderstanding that cause is just a causality of the definition of what light is. Light is causing things. Light is the cause.
Okay, so there is a cause for everything.
But it's eternal. Light is eternal in the sense that it's never ending. There's no beginning or end to it. You understand that? We live in a universe that
happen? Do you believe events happen? Like this stream, did it start?
Yes, but it's just another day, right? Just another daily cycle where we're improving the technology, right?
So you do believe events happen? Like, I don't even know if Kurt believes this stream started or not, guys.
Well, yeah, if you want to point to the barrier of when it was not beginning and then when it was beginning, and isolate that as an event that you're cutting off and paying attention to, of course, that's perfectly sensible. But there's nothing inherent within the nature of the universe that's the beginning of this stream. It's just an arbitrary distinction we make between point A and point B.
Well, we're just talking about things being able to begin to exist, Again,
but you're talking about things existing separate from the mental construct, and that's where I'm criticizing.
Yeah, you're talking about things that are already existing within a cycle. Like I'm explaining, we live in a daily cycle, and you're talking about a live stream happening in that daily cycle.
Okay. Look, I don't even know what we're talking about. I know I've talked about. So
now let's expand instead of a daily cycle, expand it to a yearly cycle or a million-year cycle or a billion-year cycle. You're just
what's the point?
You're just adding zeros.
Wait, what's the point though?
It's just a continual cycle.
So we don't know how long
this could have been happening for billions of years. And this is why people don't know our ancient past, or don't know who built these ancient megaliths all over the planet, for example, because it could be so far back in the past, right? The cycle.
Very good idea when people built buildings that we have discovered. We have very good ideas about when that happened. But so my point is
real
that
fast, were you just doing an intuition pump there, Horace, or do you actually think that's evidence of a cycle? Are you trying to intuition pump him, or are you like being serious?
No, I was.
Got him.
No, I'm serious in the sense that we don't have all the answers to this sort of how these ancient megaliths were built all over the world in every single continent.
That too? You're serious about that too?
Excellent.
They were all aligned. How is it possible?
That's the thing I was asking about.
So humans just woke up. No, I know they built them. Humans built them, but it's like they just woke up and were like, "Hey, let's just align all of our megaliths to the sun."
No,
to the winter.
They had enough agricultural output to allow corvée labor, and once you had enough agricultural output to allow corvée labor, self-centeredness and the imposition of power on an existing economic structure allowed leaders to build megaliths. This happened all over the world.
Exactly, and they built them aligned perfectly with this spring and winter, summer solstices.
They had literally a TV show going on in the sky that they paid attention to constantly, unlike us who paid no attention to it because we have our own TV shows.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they were looking up into the stars and sort of living in alignment with the cycle, and then within the last 2,000 years, that was sort of projected into these religious books and taken way out of context, and then
Okay, but this doesn't have anything to do with the first premise of the Kalam. So can we get back to that?
Yeah, let's get back to that.
Can you demonstrate a thing that you can show began to exist?
Me, I was born, Kurt.
No,
I promise.
It's a rearrangement of pre-existing
No, I
stuff.
promise.
How do you know?
I promise.
No, come on, this is silly. You're a rearrangement of pre-existing stuff. That's like not even a thing.
You are, Zil, you cannot prove you are not eternal. You are made of
there's
stars.
no moment.
I can even prove
there's no
the
moment
cause.
you begin to exist. I can walk you through the entire
I don't want to talk about the cause, Kurt.
There's no moment at which you begin to exist.
I was born, Kurt. And before I was born, I was not
born.
Wait.
What's the cutoff for when you were born? Tell me.
I was not born.
What's the border? What's the event that actually made you be born? Well, you know that's not just like,
Kurt,
bam, you pop out of
existence. In hospitals, Kurt.
Yes. Wait, so what's the
women
moment
have
that
babies, Kurt?
Okay, a people do not begin to exist, or a person does not begin to exist. They are all rearrangements of pre-existing stuff. The moment of fertilization is not a moment. There is the moment when the sperm contacts the egg initially. There's the moment when the zona pellucida closes to all other sperm. There's a moment when the nucleus of the sperm enters the cytoplasm of the egg. There's the moment when the nucleus of the sperm transits along microtubular junctions across the large cytoplasm of the egg to reach the membrane of the nucleus. There's a moment when it goes into the nucleus. There's a moment when the chromosomes spread out and both haploid nuclei actually combine to form a single diploid nucleus. Then there's the moment when that nucleus develops the epigenetic changes that are going to allow it to develop in a zygote. But most of those events do not result in a person. Most of the time when that happens, the zygote, when fertilized, does not divide, and there is no person. So when does it begin to exist, Zil?
All right, you're back, Zil.
The answer is literally your mom, Kurt.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's your proud ignorance.
All right, let's get back into this.
Got him.
Is this a controversial premise for you?
Well, it's. I think my view is more that I have a much more settled view on the second premise, in the sense that I feel more confident in my undercutting replies there. With the first premise, I'm very interested in exploring the detail, and but I'm not going to straightforwardly say I'm committed strongly to it being straightforwardly false. But there are things that I think are worth thinking through. So if I can go into one of these avenues, so there's a philosopher that you and I both share a common interest in. It's Arthur Pryor, right? Who's a wonderful philosophical logician working in the 50s and 60s, and he has this paper, Limited Indeterminism, where he engages with an argument from the Calvinist Jonathan Edwards from 1750, something around that time. And Edwards puts an argument that's very similar to one that you do in defense of this premise, which was about, well, if something could begin to exist uncaused, then anything could begin to exist uncaused. And this is where we get this famous, root beer and Beethoven and bicycles could just pop into existence. So Pryor is engaging with Jonathan Edwards' version of that argument. And so pulling at this little thread here, he complains that Edwards says things like the beginning to exist of a headache, for instance.
Yes.
And Pryor complains and says, this is kind of a Pickwickish sense of beginning to exist, because really a headache isn't something that begins to exist. Rather, what we should do is, there's a head that begins to ache, right? It's not that there's a headache that begins to exist. So sometimes we talk about things beginning to exist, but it's a misleading turn of phrase. And actually, the idea underneath that is that there are something like substances which can undergo changes. And that's the right way to paraphrase away some of the apparent beginnings to exist that we might come across. So, for instance, this cup began to exist.
Can you pause it?
But following...
Yes.
Is there anything called like event theory, which would be, so Kurt, you believe things are more fluid and just kind of streaming along, if I get it right? So
I think there are sequences of events, of course.
Wait, but do you believe there are sequences of finite events?
No, the word event is a way we divide the world up when we're talking to one another. It's not something that has inherent existence outside of us.
In the reality you understand, there are no real events yet.
On B theory of time, the whole block of time exists all at once. We move through time, but the block of time that we move through exists.
Okay, so you do believe events happen at some slice, even if the slice is bent.
I've heard an event is you're just trying to explain something that happens within like a process.
Right, because things have to happen, right? So things have to happen.
Yes or no?
Okay.
Do you have eternal? Yes or no? Do you have eternal life?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no beginning then. That's the whole point of eternal, right? So my definition of eternal is not going to be my conception of eternity is not what yours is, but I know what yours is. Okay, so in your eternal life, there's no beginning. That's what eternity means. So how can there be a beginning if you have eternal life?
No, what we are promised eternal life, which is future facing.
Think about what you're saying. If you don't have there's no beginning.
Just think about it.
It's like a race. If you're running a race and there's no end to the race ever, right?
Oh, this is actually
you're just
relevant.
You never started anywhere. Basically, you're just making up.
Relevant.
Like the concept of the end has. This is very relevant in a way because you're
what a pizzle.
But we can get back to that a bit later. Maybe let's
Horace,
get back to
no. This is important, Horace. In an infinite potential future, can I ever reach the end of my eternal life?
You're asking me, or you?
Yeah, you directly.
I think that's for you to answer.
I'm asking you directly. Can I ever?
In my opinion, no.
Right.
No, like you have eternal life. In my opinion.
Wait, why? Why can I not ever reach the end of that eternal life?
That's just how it is.
Would you say it's like
evolution? You're just a combination of sort of chemicals and matter composed in
no just no wait
so hold on through an organization. What we call love is just a coherent relationship of like your parents mated, they gave birth to you, so that was just a chemical process, and that has been happening for millions of years or hundreds of thousands of years through different creatures.
My parents are not that old, okay?
So you were already in the cycle. You're just like Kurt was saying, you're just a reformed. Yeah, you were already matter before. Like your whole body is already stardust, right? All the nitrogen, calcium, iron was already around billions of years ago from the stars. That's all that we are. This is scientifically proven within the last 10 years.
Can I please understand your argument? Is your argument that things do not begin to exist?
Yeah, there's no beginning. Light is eternal. It's an eternal cyclical universe we live in. So the whole concept of a beginning was just a claim that theists made up in the whole sort of Greco-Roman Christianized world.
Well, what about when we tell stories and stuff like,
in the beginning, this is what created the Abrahamic religions and
Yeah,
the
like
1,000 million denominations.
what about
and
when
beyond.
we tell stories?
But it was-
Like people come into stories and they come out of stories. Like
Yeah, like
things
Once Upon a
begin
Time,
and
right? The
things
whole,
end.
and then we created all these
Right.
other stories like Once Upon a Time. So the whole in the beginning thing is in my opinion the biggest
I'm
deception or
just trying to
lie.
figure out if
world.
things happen, Horace. Do things happen or no?
They're just processes that are taking place within
So
that
they don't happen.
universe.
Things,
Depending
events
on
do not fire. Events do not fire.
I don't know what you mean. Like when you say events happen, yes, processes take place. Like
Okay.
right, depending
What
if you mix
is an event? What would you call an event?
Okay,
or
so if you mix mercury with salt or mercury with fire, you're creating something.
And there was a time before you did that, right? So there was a time that the reaction of those two came into being, isn't there, Horace?
Yeah, so if you want to go back to the farthest
Okay.
you could
So
possibly
you do
get
believe
to,
things begin to exist, like the reaction
farthest-
of those
but
chemicals,
there's
right?
there's no farther way you can get. The farthest you can get outside of because knowledge is light. The farthest you could ever know anything in the observable universe using a telescope or a microscope is through light. If you go beyond that, you're getting into the dark matter or mystery realm. You don't know what's
Horace,
out there. You don't
I
know
would
what's
like-
beyond the billions of there's trillions of galaxies in our observable universe, but we don't know what's
Horace,
beyond that.
If
We
things
just
don't
don't know
begin
because we
to-
don't have the evidence yet.
If things don't begin to exist, Horace, what is the difference between the two chemicals sitting separate on the desk and then them being poured into the flask where the chemical reaction happens? What's the difference between those two states if nothing begins to exist, Horace?
I don't understand what you're the question.
You don't understand. Okay.
You,
So if things do not begin to exist, then there is no difference between the chemicals sitting separately on the lab table versus them being poured into the
Yeah, but
flask and being mixed and the chemical reaction happening.
we're not talking
If
about like
things do not begin to happen, then
Yeah, but
there
we're
is
not-
no difference between
we're
them
not-
being separated
we're not-
versus together.
we're not talking about like making
Was there a
product.
beginning to the chemical reaction?
yes to that one, but we're not talking about. We're talking about
To
the beginning of the
that
observable
one. All right,
universe.
so special
we're talking
pleading,
about the
guys.
beginning
Let's
of
play
the
the
universe.
video. Look. I don't want. Just play the video. I don't
Yeah,
want
just
to
play
talk
the video.
about this.
Pulling the thread down, we might say really this underlying material that made up the cup didn't begin to exist, right? The cup is just a rearrangement of material that already existed. And this table, that's the same thing is true of this table. And in fact, all of the humdrum examples of things around us, they're not new substances that appear on the stage, new stuff in reality when they begin to exist. Rather, they're like headaches that begin to ache, the heads that begin to ache. And they're the changes in stuff that already existed, right? So in that sense, then,
I have to say this is a spectacular point. I constantly say stuff arises from pre-existing stuff. He's just saying that more eloquently. I totally agree with him here.
Tacos, to
Same.
be clear, would you reject premise 1 of Kalam?
I would say that I claim a necessary being, so I'd say no. That's claiming that
So
the
you
universe is
agree
contingent.
with premise 1,
Wait,
right?
you think things begin to exist?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have the same objection that Malpass has to this, in that everything appears to be stuff rearranging material to become other stuff, and not beginning to exist. When have you actually seen something pop into existence besides quantum fluctuation, which isn't even really just popping into, it's just a change in space, or
Right,
change
and that's
in
the
energy in
necessary
space.
being you have, right, Tacos? So you have a necessary being. Wait,
Not
no,
the
I
quantum
thought.
fluctuation, not a quantum fluctuation.
Oh, the substrate is the necessary being you have.
Yeah.
But that's because
The
you
initial
believe
state
stuff
is-
arises from stuff, right?
The initial state is his necessary being. It's not the quantum field.
Okay, right. That is the clarification. Correct.
But
So
he's
Tacos-
not accepting premise 1 because he doesn't accept that things begin to exist, at least not naively.
Well, he does if he believes in a necessary being substrate from which our universe began to exist. Do you disagree, Tacos?
To be clear, premise 1 is everything that begins to exist has a cause, right? As I put here on the
Yeah.
bottom of the screen. And I'm saying I've never seen something begin to exist. How do we know if something began to exist, it would have a cause?
But I thought you said that our universe
And the closest analogy
came
we
from the
have to that,
substrate.
and then the closest analog to that we have is quantum fluctuations, which isn't a direct one-to-one analog to that claim because it's not something beginning to exist, but it would be something that could be as close to beginning to exist as we can, right? Have you looked into virtual particles? You should look into virtual particles. But
That
it's
is
as close to something beginning to exist as we get, right?
And also,
even though it's not really beginning to exist,
yeah,
right?
and also, Zil.
One second. And so
yeah, sorry.
This is the closest analog we have, and that's uncaused.
And also,
so
Zil,
I'd say the closest analog we have to that says it's uncaused. So I'd say that premise one. Hey, Kurt, we can hear you type. No, it's just really loud. You have a great keyboard. It sounds like a spectacular keyboard, by the way. But
it's an IBM.
It sounds like a really good one. But it's just I don't think that premise one is going to hold. I think he would have to provide argumentation for that.
Also,
I wouldn't accept
wait,
it without
go
argumentation.
Tacos, how does your position differ though?
What do you mean? I just explained that. What
Oh,
are you joking?
Okay, my bad.
Did you not just understand everything did I just say all that and then you did not understand me?
Yeah, no, I wasn't paying attention.
And Zil, to answer your question, just to clarify, because I'm seeing a bit of a conceptual sort of misconception, because you're saying like events happening, but transformation is not the same thing as creation from nothing, right? So like a photon could be absorbed, matter can emit photons, particles can be created and destroyed in quantum field interactions, but these processes already occur within the physical framework, right? Of fields, interactions, space-time. It didn't go from absolute nothing, but we didn't go from absolute nothing to something. That's
right,
what Craig
but the assertion is that something exists intemporally.
But hold on, Craig is claiming we went from absolute nothing to something, whereas I'm clarifying a more simpler concept, a mindset of everything has already existed, and then what you're describing is when you ask do events happen? Yes, that's because transformations happen. So when someone creates a product in a lab or in a factory, that's just a transformation of different chemicals and plastics, right?
Okay, so are you renaming events to transformations, Horace? Is this like just some silly linguistic thing? Are you playing word games with me, Horace?
No, I'm clarifying because you're asking, do events happen?
You
right?
you want to call events transitions, Horace?
When have you ever?
Why are you doing that?
But when have you ever
was I born, Horace? Horace, was I born?
Yeah, but you already existed. The guy's explaining to Craig. You were already existing from the start.
One second, y'all. We have somebody in back. Manar, I see you in back. Can you just confirm in the back chat you're not going to cuss at all, please? Okay, I'm going to pull you up. And please be respectful of the other interlocutors. It's great to see you. Manar, how are you doing today, buddy?
Hey, how's everybody?
Hello.
Let's not say that, but...
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Unfortunately.
That's amazing. Hey, I love your...
You're still on the panel. Can you button up your shirt real fast? We can still hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. How about this? Is this good?
Oh, yeah, that's fine. You didn't have anything shown. I was just making sure there was no risk.
Hey, man, I'm very happy to be here. You guys have an amazing conversation. I just wanted to join and maybe come up with a couple of ideas, and maybe we can, relay them to you, and you can, explain them, and we can talk about them. Maybe this is a great panel. You guys are very intellectual. I'm probably the dumbest guy in the room, and I just wanted to join.
Hey, don't say that, Manar. You have a lot of good questions all the time, dude, and it's good to see you, by the way. There was a super chat from Alan in the chat. They say, mute Manar when he overtalks. All right, we'll keep that in mind. Thank you very much for the super chat. Greatly appreciated.
And hi to you as well, Alan.
Good to see you.
And Zil, just to clarify,
wa alaikum salam.
Just to conclude on your question that you asked about, like, do events happen, right? Like, again, in simplicity, physical objects and structures can begin to exist as particular configurations, but that does not establish this whole beginning. It doesn't establish a physical reality itself emerged from absolute nothing.
But how do we
You understand what I'm saying, though, right?
Discuss things that, well, a building comes into being.
Like you do realize, though, right? This has only been around for the last, 10, 15 years.
Hang on one second. I want to directly address Zill's point. So this comes directly back to the point that I made that you didn't listen to. So a building doesn't truly begin to exist. A building is simply a rearrangement of pre-existing stuff. They take the various materials and they smelt it, or they reshape it, or they cut it up. Well, I guess it's reshaping, and they form the building out of that stuff. That's not actually beginning to exist in the sense that the
so it's a social construct you're saying?
No, right? No,
can I, as a dumb person, interject for a second and then just say,
what's up, Minar?
I think you guys are, hey, maybe I'm too dumb for this, but I think you guys are missing the point that he was trying to give you, that the origins, you don't have to explain, he doesn't have to expand on the energy stakes and everything. He just has to, give you an actual proof, reasonable proof to your doubts that, for example, energy was at play in that area. You know what I mean? So he doesn't have to explain to you and expand on the whole energy creation, blah, blah, blah. You don't really have to do that. We don't have to give names to these things. You understand what I'm talking about? So I think Zilzone, what I'm saying is they're trying to drag you onto this place where it's hard for you to answer, and you don't even need to answer something like that. What you need to answer is, to your original question, is the actual creation, and what is that? You don't have to explain to them the whole physics of the world and how energy came to being. And you don't have to expand on that. They won't believe you. They have their own theories. They have these quantum theories in their own heads.
Well, I am interested in exploring their models and, their worldviews, because I would like to highlight how absurd they are.
Well, Breakfast Taco is not educated on the quantum theories.
I'm going to educate them how absurd they are.
Are you talking about me or Zil?
Am I talking about what?
Like are you saying my worldview?
Probably. I'm not sure.
I'm not making up anything. I don't know if I don't think I've made anything up. I'm basically taking ideas from some of the, there's nothing new that I've said that people haven't thought of before. There's a lot of people that
talking about you specifically.
Oh, okay.
Boris.
No, but we do want to hear your theory. Like, that's the whole point. His point is he wants to hear your guys' theories.
Yeah,
and according to him, humiliate you. To be honest with you, I mean, let's be frank here a little bit. I know I'm a little bit. Hey, pardon my French chat. I don't know what to say. But we're all grown ass men here, and we're coming in, and he's ready. I mean, come on. So we actually do want to hear your position on this matter.
Yeah, well, ever since I've realized there's just simply no beginning, I've been able to expand my mind to greater discoveries. And
what does that mean, though? What? Why are you asserting?
Well, my mind was in a box. Right. My mind was. Why
are you asserting it?
I assumed there was this beginning, right? I assumed there was a beginning to
Manar, this is over talking. I would be careful if it gets too much. Alan might
once you realize
mute him. I'm just letting you know.
Well, this is the whole point of the video, Horace. Does the universe have a beginning is the literal title of this video. So you're not just going to skip past that like it's, hopscotch around here, sucker.
All right, and real fast, there's a super chat from Jim D2730. Jim, thank you so much for the super chat, sir. Greatly appreciated. He says, the burden of proof is on the atheist, not the theist. That's an interesting point. So I think the way you should actually be looking at it is the burden of proof is on the person making the claim, right?
I mean, he just asserted that the universe has no beginning. I think that's a huge claim to me.
Hang on 1 second, right? So the point, let me be more precise with this.
So isn't that a big claim?
Let me be more precise with this.
Shouldn't he have a burden?
Manar, let me be more precise with this. So William Lane Craig is saying that everything that begins to exist has a cause. He is presenting this argument forward, right? So he has to substantiate that premise. That's going to be meeting the burden of proof, substantiating that premise, right?
Yeah, but you guys are asserting.
Wait, I can substantiate that. We can reproduce that in every single lab in all over the world. In every single lab in the world, we can demonstrate things coming into existence. So, would you like more proof than that, Tacos?
Hey, that actually kind of destroys your theory of a closed system.
We have a paper of a lab experiment demonstrating something coming into existence that's not made of prior stuff, because I'd be interested in seeing that.
And Minar, seriously, I would be very careful about over-talking, because that over-talking trigger is usually very, very loose. So I'd be very careful with that.
Can you imagine making probably the most important claim of all time, claiming that there's a beginning, and then when someone says, reveal that proof to me, and provide the burden, because the burden of proof is on the person making the claim, that person goes ahead and actually, just hold on, that person goes ahead and counters and says, no, the claim, you're making the claim. Now the burden's on you, but it's like,
well, if I'm allowed to respond,
he has always made the claim first. That's the whole point of it.
If I'm allowed to respond, boss, we would love to hear. We would love to hear your theory, and we will be ready at any moment you are finished. We are going to count to 2, and then I'm going to start talking about my theory right after. So let's go ahead. Indulge me. Tell me about your theory before I jump in, and tell me how the universe scientifically, with consensus and logically, and within reason, started without a beginning. Go ahead, explain this one for me. And then I'll give you my theory. Don't worry. I'm not running away. I promise you that. I just want to do an intellectual test to see if you're even going to be able to comprehend my theory once I expand it upon you.
Million words, but that has nothing to do with this. I think you're misconceiving what's happening here. So a theist is making a claim that there's a beginning to the universe. So the burden of proof is on theism right now. This has been happening for mainly the last 2,000 to 3,000 years.
The impossibility
so hold on.
of the opposite?
No, there's 8 billion people on the planet. Most people are under the religious umbrella of the Abrahamic religions that make the claim from the first verse of the book that they all worship, that there's a beginning to the universe. Now, this has never been established. No one has ever witnessed that. So the burden of proof is on the theist. I don't know how you can ever say.
I can provide that for you, Horace. Would you like me to provide that for you, Horace?
There's no burden of proof on atheists.
I will provide the argument for you, Horace. It's the impossibility of the opposite. What's the philosophical term for that? Are you done? Okay, my argument is the impossibility of the contrary. Have you considered that?
Explain.
Okay, I will and have explained in this debate. I hope William Lane Craig goes into the impossibility of infinite time past, because as you and I have discussed earlier tonight, in an infinite future, in my eternal future, can I ever reach the end frame of that? Now, consider this. Consider negative infinity. Consider negative infinity. Is that possible in our time space? As we just discussed, I can never reach the end frame of my eternal future. Using that same logic, if there was such a thing as infinite negative time past, we would never be able to reach the present moment, just the same as I can never reach the end frame of my eternal future.
Yeah, what about like when they say like energy cannot be destroyed and all that, right? It's always transformed. Isn't that a scientific formula in that too? That we've been proven since the 1700s, right?
Who transformed?
Well, energy cannot. Isn't that what's a Faraday's law or whatever, where energy is only transformed or conserved or right? It doesn't just simply.
The first law of thermodynamics: energy cannot be created or destroyed.
Right. So when did energy just simply begin to be created, or like you're saying in the beginning? There's no beginning to the field, to the energy. or the change. Energy is just the change, right? Between two
Wait,
things.
let's think about this.
There's always been a field of some sort. Like,
therefore, everything does have a cause. So you agree with premise one, wouldn't you?
well, again, when you say causality, what you're trying to actually explain.
Right. Your argument is things don't begin to exist. Isn't that your argument? Is it?
Yes, I am pretty confident that light.
Right. Your argument is that
which
things
is the concept
do
of causality.
not begin to exist, Horace.
No, I'm
Was
saying
I
the
born?
observable universe. We're not talking about, like, again, we're going back to the transformation. You were stardust before. The guy already explained you were matter. The iron in your blood, the calcium in your bones was already around thousands of years before you were born from your mother's womb, right? You were transformed.
Would you agree that he agrees with premise one? Everything that begins to exist has a cause?
Zill, you already asked that.
I already responded to that 2 separate times.
No, would you agree that Horace agrees with premise one?
No, I think you're misunderstanding what causality is. What the word, like, if you like the mathematic formula again, E equals MC squared.
So you reject causality?
No, causality is the C in E equals MC squared, which reveals to us the mathematical formula that is evidential. This is not an argument. Everything is happening at the speed of light. Every process cannot happen quicker than the speed of light. And light light is the essence of basically almost everything in our observable universe, except for the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, and gravity. And human attraction. There's only light is basically the everything you're doing, everything you see, right? Everything you know, like the food you eat. Everything is all the food you eat was a process of photosynthesis. All matter, water. All matter is light, solidified. You do know that, right? Every visible solidified object is light. Solidified.
You mean ultimately cause?
I'm not making up anything here.
Okay,
and
hold
water
on.
Is water.
Hold on.
Is also
Can you
light
stop talking for a second, Horace? All right. So what you're saying is, in the causal chain, ultimately, light and photons are the ultimate cause of things. Is that what you're saying, Horace?
Please leave photons out of the light. Okay, there's like dozens of different types.
Whatever
of light.
You want to call light.
Yes, let's just in the basic term of electromagnetic radiation and the causality. Yes, that is the substance of the eternal, like, cyclical oneness. It's the universe rediscovering itself. This is the process.
How would you define light? How would you define that?
So I have a website of about 1 million words. If you want to go through some of the stuff I've written, but we can get back to some of the original talking points. If you want, I can give out my website to you a bit later.
Okay.
So if any question, anything that you could ever think of about light, or anything in the world, any single word or topic or concept, or anything you can think of, I've probably done homework on. I'm not trying to be prideful or anything. Okay, I've tried to turn over.
I think most people would assume it's photons.
Because the reason why I've done this, I'm just to simplify. I'm not trying to be.
When they begin to exist, rather they're like headaches that begin to ache, or the heads that begin to ache, and they're the changes in stuff that already existed, right? So in that sense, then, I can agree that the beginning to exist, if you like, of cups and tables and Beethoven and root beer and bicycles,
yes,
they have causes, but then they're not new stuff on the stage of reality. Whereas if we're considering the origin of the universe as, let's suppose that there's a skeptic who says, I think that the universe began to exist with no cause. Material just appears out of nothing, as it were. That's got to be different to the mere rearrangement of pre-existing material that's evident when we consider stuff around us. So that leads me to think that there would be a difference in kind between the humdrum beginnings of things that we see every day and the beginning of the universe, which must be, in fact, different from that. So I want to brush away all of this consideration of bicycles and root beer and Beethoven because they're Pickwickish in prior sense, right? They're not the metaphysical introduction of material on the stage.
That's a very strong point. So what he's saying is that the beginning of the universe, in the context that William Lane Craig is talking about with the Kalam, right, in the way that he's saying that it begins to exist, is not the same sense of beginning to exist that you see when in premise one with everything that begins to exist has a cause, right? He's saying that those are two different types of beginning to exist. One appears to be a general rearrangement of material, and the other appears to be claiming that something can come into existence. So it's two different meanings of begins to exist, basically.
Yeah, exactly. There's a kind of chain too, right? Because they talk about the Big Bang or the start, but then it's I think hydrogen or helium, and then to the stars, nuclear fusion, then heavier elements, then the supernova stellar processes, then interstellar matter, then our solar system, then the Earth, then biology, and then you. So made from the stars is literally true, mostly. So carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, calcium, phosphor, and iron.
Right. So you agree with premise one? We know. Can you highlight B.S. Lewis's comment, tacos? I know you. Look, Horace, just for a second.
B.S. says, didn't Zill say he had no problem with an infinite future, yet says that entropy makes that impossible?
That's a good point, B.S. You sucker. Oh, right. But B.S. Yeah,
grow up, dude. Come on.
My eternal...
We're all adults here. We're not 18, 20-year-olds, right?
Right. True. Right. Okay.
Oh, Zill, so you do real.
So BS. So BS. No, that would be in an eternal spiritual future. I don't think the laws of that would apply.
But like the skin on your your skin, the dust on your skin is a continuation and transformation of older physical reality. You do know that, right?
The dust on my skin. That's nasty. Yes, I take showers. What are you talking about?
Dust on the skin.
I take showers, Horace. I don't know. Okay. I'm sure dust is all over my skin because it's...
Think of like the trillions of like pine trees on the planet. All the pine trees started from one pine seed like millions of years ago. And then through evolutionary biology.
Right, you're explaining causation to me while you're denying it, and I'm just rejecting your logic because that doesn't make any sense to me. Can we play the video?
I've never claimed a beginning to anything.
There's
no beginning to anything.
It
was already around. The field.
Play the video. Tacos. He might be having a technical...
You guys are the never-ending gibberators, and I have to run to the restroom for 1 second? Jeez, come on.
Oh,
reality. We've never seen anything like that. I have no experience of that happening. Do you see what I mean?
Oh, I do understand what you mean. I've heard this objection from Alex O'Connor and others. I disagree with a lot of the underlying philosophy, but just let me ask you, Alex, if, as you say, the universe is distinct in the sense that it begins to exist in a more absolute sense than do Beethoven and root beer and bicycles, wouldn't that simply strengthen the case for a cause of the universe? Because then the argument could be phrased, if the universe began to exist, then the universe has a cause. Premise two, the universe began to exist. Therefore, the universe has a cause, even on your own principles.
Well, but what I mean is that if we wonder why think that the universe, the beginning of the universe requires a cause, what we can't do is say, well, look at Beethoven and bicycles and root beer, they all have causes. Because that's irrelevant, because they're Pickwickish beginnings.
He can address that in a second, but what do you guys think about that reformulation, Kurt and Horace, respectively?
I don't think it's motivated because if the universe began to exist, which it remains undemonstrated, there's no necessary connection to having a cause. It could be either an uncaused event, like some people think God is, or it could be this product of a sequence of events that we're unaware of, right? That's like just not naturally going to follow. And then, I'm also now beginning to wonder, does Craig ever debate anybody who's not named Alex?
Yeah, plenty of people.
That's funny.
Plenty of people.
Okay.
Plenty of people's a tongue twister, though, I tell you what.
Yeah, I'm set on, again, we only observe transformations of physical reality. There's never examples of absolute nothing becoming something.
Right. So therefore you agree with premise one. Everything that begins to exist has a cause, except you reject that things begin to exist. So would you instead agree with everything that
for clarification,
has a cause?
Zill, so Alex Malpass had responded that was a composition fallacy, in that the
Oh.
parts cannot be assumed to be like the whole. He said it much more tactfully and didn't accuse him of doing a fallacy, but that's what he said. He said this may be a composition fallacy, and he may not realize it.
Okay, I'm interested
And
in
also-
that, but I'll listen.
And also,
That's
Zil,
the-
your
the thing.
impossibility of the contrary, it's not an argument, right? You're just claiming a
It
conclusion
is
that
an
must be
argument.
demonstrated.
It is an argument, and
You're
I
just
have
making a
given
conclusion.
arguments about it already.
So,
If you were not listening, that's fine. I don't blame you.
But one explanation being possible or currently preferred, that doesn't demonstrate. Right?
Well, let's hear it from. I think they're going to get into it.
Okay, let's get into it.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear people's opinions on that reformulation.
What we're talking about is a metaphysical beginning.
Well, now, again, without disagreeing with that point, one could still ask, couldn't one, why did the universe come into being rather than root beer?
Yeah,
or
sure.
Beethoven, or a gasoline station. Yeah. And that was Pryor's point. My argument was based on A.N. Pryor, not disagreeing with him.
So I'm just going to say something and play it more, but I feel like the important point here is Alex Malpass is saying, you're presupposing a beginning. It may be other stuff. And then William Lane Craig, I feel like, just ignored him and then went back into just, it has to be a beginning. I think he has convinced himself that there has to be a beginning, because he has not dealt with, he's doing the same thing he did to the other Alex, not even touching the objection and going back into there has to be a beginning. All right, let's get back into this. I just think that was I cannot speak. I think that's an interesting observation.
An argument, not that every event has a cause, like a headache, but everything that begins to exist has a cause. Every substance, as you put it, that comes into being has a cause. So the argument is on all fours with A.N. Pryor's view, and it seems to me that even if I agree with your metaphysics of substance and so forth, the case of the universe is so distinctive that it would actually strengthen the case for a transcendent cause. As Pryor argued, and as you know, he says prior to the universe's existence, there wasn't any sort of nature that could determine that only universes can pop into being out of nothing, rather than root beer and Beethoven and bicycles. As I say rather facetiously or tongue-in-cheek, what makes nothingness so discriminatory?
Right.
So wouldn't the argument still go through?
Well, so there's another point of agreement between us. So I was just reading your systematic theology this morning, obviously, preparation.
All right, this is going to be a long explanation here, so let's address William Lane Craig's point real fast before he gets through the explanation. So what do y'all think about that? Do you feel like he was shifting it back to him appropriately, or do you think he's trying to hit the burden of proof tennis ball back into his court?
The idea that because there are observed regularities of behavior and matter, that somehow implies that what we observe at our local scale must generalize to a universal rule just seems to me completely undemonstrated.
Right, and that same logic applies to all the models you guys have for the origin of the universe. Thank you.
No, we don't have models for the origin of the universe. We literally have absolute evidence that we can look at to this day of the origin of the universe.
Oh, they're called theories, Kurt.
No, it's literally we look at it, we can see it.
And the important point of moderation, a scientific theory, if it's being discussed, is going to be basically something that's explaining facts about natural reality. So in this channel, if you're saying theory in regards to scientific theory, you're saying, yes, it is a scientific theory. That is correct. But I would not use that as an offense, because that's the highest rank scientific hypothesis can achieve.
Is quantum mechanics...
and for further clarification, because I know there's some confusion with laws, they used to name things laws. They no longer name things laws because it's confusing. It's all theories now. But
and
the
observed
historical
regularities.
But the laws of logic and stuff, though.
The historical, well, we're talking about scientific laws. The scientific laws historically are called scientific laws. And so they've been grandfathered in, and so they're still called laws. But nowadays it's theories, because laws confuse a lot of people. Because they're not.
I agree
because they're not unbreakable laws of the universe. They're the way this stuff works at
right.
the classical scale.
They still
I agree that
require
there
faith.
are rules
right.
of discourse. There are ways we have to talk about things to make sense to one another. And so in that sense, there are like rules of logic, but those rules come from the way people talk about things. And there are multiple sets of differing sets of rules that people use depending on what they're talking about and what circumstances they're describing. The ones that people tend to have the affinity fixation for are the ones that work at our local scale.
Or like the laws of physics. Do you think? But that applies at the cosmic scale as well. The laws of physics, right?
Those are observed
That's
regularities. Those are
scientific.
not laws.
Well, wait. We have laws of physics, right?
I mean, that phrase is a phrase that you can look up and it'll say something, but those are all observed regularities. They're not somebody legislated and said, I think physics should be this way, and then it was.
Can you repeat back to me some of what like a quick summary of what I said about laws and theories real fast? I just want to make sure you were listening.
Things were historically called laws, but they moved them to theories. But you didn't explain what qualifies a theory, but you said it's the highest form of hypothesis.
It's the most accurate explanation of the natural facts about
I would like
reality
to
in
hear
any
the
specific topic. So I'm just telling you what it is. A law is going to be the same thing, but they're grandfathered into the name law because that was before the whatever revolution or whatever the renaming convention they had was, because it confused a lot of people. And a lot of people would think they're like unbreakable laws of the universe, like laws of logic govern like a syllogism, right? Like if it breaks the laws of logic, it's not going to be sound, right? But
laws of logic.
But that's hang on. But that's why they changed the naming in science to theories, because these are not unbreakable laws of logic. These are observed regularities of nature and the best explanations of those, right? And so these can change. They are subject to change. They can get better. They're explaining real stuff, though, that happens in the universe, right? But that's why they're called theories versus laws nowadays. And so when you say, like, it's a law, you're just saying that it's the best explanation of some natural phenomena. Does that make sense? Even if it's like a mathematical formula that accurately describes orbits, right? And you're like, and it's using like numerical laws in there. I hope I'm phrasing this right, Leo. Please don't make fun of me, Leo. I'm trying my best. But even if it describes these like numerical laws, it's the best explanation of that, right? Like that has not been overturned, right? But there could be some later better mathematical explanation that's more accurate, right? Like the lambda CDM, our current it's not really like a theory of everything, but as close to we are as a theory of everything, right? It's the standard model of particle physics, and then they also adopt quantum field theory, but they're missing like an actual unified theory. But anyways, that's the best explanation, and it's super accurate, but it's not 100% accurate because it's the best explanations of everything together, right? So like ultimately there's going to be a better explanation available, right?
Let's highlight
so obviously some of the stuff could change a little bit. So that's why there's theories instead of laws now, because that confuses people when they're called laws. Sorry about that, guys. I just wanted to clarify so that you're not like
that was
like
good.
Yeah. It's an important clarification because there's a lot of misunderstanding around that topic.
You did get that, though, Azel? You understand that? What he was...
Almost. I'd like to hear a highlight of the difference between what we would consider a law and a theory.
They're the same thing.
So, specifically, a law of physics. Now, I heard you, and you talked about, so I've heard something like, okay, inductive arguments like the sun will rise tomorrow is an inductive argument. Is that true? Because based on all prior days, the sun has risen, right?
It
That's why
depends
it's
on
not,
how you present the argument, but
it's
if
not
you're
a
like
deductive
but
argument.
if you said something like, in 100% of prior instances, I have seen the sun rise, therefore the sun likely will rise tomorrow, that would be an inductive argument. It's not going to be
Still
100%
inductive.
accurate, but
Right.
it's a probable.
So would it be fair to say that theories are more inductive and laws are more deductive, such as the laws of logic? Well, that's not science. But what do you think about that?
I think you're confused.
You think?
But that's okay.
Okay, cool. Thanks, man. All right, roll the tape.
So I think all of science is going to be some type of inductive or built off of induction. You can do math, obviously, and that's going to be basically deduction. And you can do math about natural reality, but the math is abstracted from our observation, right? And so, like Kurt says, the laws of logic may not be 100%, right? But that's why theories are called, or laws are called theories now, whether it's an explanation or math or whatever, right? It's all called theories now, right? It's
But
like math
shouldn't we
built
be
into
interested
theories.
in the confidence behind the theory and like percentage? And well, I understand there's,
They are confident.
you know,
That's why it's a
theories
theory.
are built on, you know,
There's
a
no
whole bunch of
difference in
things. I
there's
understand.
no difference in the confidence level between a law and a theory, so
Oh, goodness. All right. I don't think I've ever heard that, but I'm not going to accept that. But it's interesting to hear you say that. So we can roll
just
the tape.
Google it real fast. Is there a difference in confidence level between a scientific law and a scientific theory? Just type it in Google real fast. Or ChatGPT or whatever the Anthropic one is. Just do it real fast and tell me and read off what it says. We can wait for it.
I'm typing.
Yeah, I just want you to
Level
read this and then it to sink in.
All right. Is there a difference in confidence level between a scientific law and theory? The answer is yes. A scientific law and a scientific theory do not differ in their level of confidence or certainty. Instead, they describe two entirely different types of scientific concepts. That's stupid.
It does not differ in their confidence level. All right, let's get back into this.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, laws are generally more like math and stuff, but they pretty much call everything theories now because that confuses people. And yeah. Like that's
All
like
right.
all the laws are like
So
grandfathered in, but they generally
verbiage
don't
updates.
but
Verbiage
generally
updates.
they don't call stuff laws anymore unless it's like some just like math or something. But it's generally under like math within a theory. From what I've seen nowadays, it's generally not separated. It's just like part of a theory.
For this discussion.
Good morning, reading. Systematic theology.
And that's, this would be volume 2B,
Yes.
which is an excursus on natural theology, including the Kalam argument.
That's right.
And interacts extensively with Alex's work.
Well, that's true. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. That's very it's my honor that you did mention my work in that. But there was a point there where you, and I'm fully in agreement with you, we hold hands in this part of it, where you complain that there are some physicists like Lawrence Krauss,
Yes.
who makes this kind of grammatical confusion about treating. So here's the idea: is that there's this term nothing, and sometimes it's treated as if it's a simple referring term.
Right.
Like for instance, if I open the fridge and I say, hey, there's nothing in the fridge. Right. What I'm not doing is saying saying, using the term nothing as if it's a term that picks out something that's in the fridge, a kind of empty, void thing that's in the fridge. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying all the things that there are outside the fridge, right? That's what it means. So the term nothing on the surface level, grammatically, it looks like a referring term, right? But like Russell shows us on denoting with definite descriptions, the surface grammar of this term looks like it's a referring term, but it has a deeper logical form, right? So it's some combination of quantifiers and it's an expression that works differently logically, right? So something
and the reference here, for our listeners' sake, is to Bertrand Russell's paper on denoting.
Yes, that's right. Under the kind of inaugural paper of analytic philosophy at the beginning of the 20th century. So the idea is supposed to be that when somebody says there's nothing in the fridge, or I saw nothing on the TV last night, something like that, what they mean is something like everything is outside the fridge, right? For all the things that there are, they're not in the fridge. So we have an existential quantifier and a universal quantifier, and we move the negation across to the other side of the predicate, whatever. It doesn't matter the exact details for this kind of show, but the point is that it operates differently, grammatically speaking. And as you point out in the book, this can be the kind of basis of a joke, like I saw nothing on the TV last night, or was it any good? Then the joke works because it's like exploiting the different grammatical and deeper logical structure. I mean, it doesn't make it funny when you explain the joke, but we all get it intuitively. Now, anyway, bringing it back to what we're talking about, I agree with you there. So if somebody says,
Kurt, are you able to explain that concept more clearly for the audience, possibly? Oh, he's on the phone. Okay, never mind. Okay.
That being on the definition of nothing, right?
Yes, on the definition of nothing, because
that is
he's getting into it because Lawrence Krauss caused confusion on the word nothing with what was his book? Everything from I forget what the name of his book was, but he called like the quantum void nothing, which would be filled with energy, and he's saying it's going to be the absence of everything within something, right? You'd say, like, if there's nothing in the fridge, it's used like there's the absence of anything in the fridge. Everything would be outside of the fridge, right? There's not not absence, I'm sorry. It would be everything outside of the fridge, right? Rather than being inside of the fridge.
So is that one type of nothing?
Well, I think he's trying to say that generally it's used like to quantify things. Like everything
the point is that's how like
fridge.
we normally use. Okay.
Yeah,
that's how we normally use it, right?
There's like a big misconception with the word nothing. It seems just like a lot of other words that people use. They're either talking past each other or sort of misunderstanding the real etymology or linguistics.
It sounds like it can mean multiple things, actually.
That's actually my specialty for the last 20 years. Is my favorite topic is studying etymology and languages. That's how.
Why don't you talk about it?
Well, we can get into that another day. That's
relevant right now.
We'll talk
about it a little bit.
That was like it was a sad day when I realized a lot of the Bible, there was a lot of the issues and problems were just adding up, and studying Hebrew and Greek for so long too is just it was great at first because it's like, oh right, having a sort of a deeper insight into this book, right, with the language, original language. But then you get into, it's like, wow, it's like, well, Jesus is misquoting the Hebrew. He's either doesn't know Hebrew or he's misquoting the prophecies.
Really?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's taking them completely out of context in its original context and this and that. But yeah, we can get into a lot of language. I love etymology language, right? Getting into a lot of the proto-Sinaitic and all that. Yeah. So a lot of misconceptions with words.
Okay.
A lot of our words are like religious terms that people use, and it's a lot of talking past each other generally. So when we say like nothing, it seems that there's sort of.
I mean, I'm totally fine looking into the original language that Bible is written in, Hebrew or.
But I think what Taco is getting at, like,
sure.
the concept of empty space is not the same concept of absolute nothing. I think that's one of the misconceptions as well. Sort of this field that was already present eternally,
like a void or something.
Whatever it was, even if it wasn't light. And I don't know how we would know that, because light is the only thing we have to know our observable universe. We could just say it's the dark matter, or the field, or the whole, some dark tunnel, but that doesn't really give us an answer, because then we're just going beyond the circle, right?
Well, if your assertion that light is everything, then think about it like, to light, think about it like
a good analogy would be like a circle, right? And knowledge or light is the circle, and we're inside of that circle, and you can't go beyond the circle because that's where ignorance and darkness lies. we can only know within the realm. And if we're on the edge of the circle, then that's, the topics that people are discussing in today's world and scientific discoveries. That's where we're at. We're sort of
You mean like our universe?
Expanding the circle.
You mean like our universe?
Expanding our universal knowledge right within us.
Well, we know. Okay, so scientists say the universe is expanding because they observe redshift, and I don't know where they observe blue shift, but I know redshift and blue shift are a thing, and the scientists have observed things expanding outwards.
And exactly, Zil, and that's again with the microcosm and the macrocosm. It's within our mind and the observable universe to the trillions of galaxies. It's whatever we discover in the observable universe is then projected into our mind through knowledge. That's how we gain knowledge of, scientific formulas, and that's how we understood what gravity was. It just expands, and in like 500 years,
you know what? Think about
humans
this
will
for
look.
a second.
But hold on, humans are going to look back on us in 500 years and be like, "Oh man, those people we're like in the dark ages compared to what humans will be like in 2,000 years, right?" Just like how we think of people 2,000.
Wait. Think about this. If the universe is expanding right now, that means infinite past is looking real weird. But then I guess the explanation would have to be the big crunch or the expansion and then collapse and then expansion if you were to assert an infinite past or something. Because if we're expanding right now, then that does entail that we had a beginning point.
Well, the whole misconception about this big bang or this big expansion, that's just the beginning of when we can see the expansion happening with the telescopes and the observable knowledge we have. We don't know beyond what they call the Big Bang. That's just the beginning of what we have for the circle, right? We don't know what.
I just actually explained a good point. Around the Earth, we can observe how the universe is expanding, and it does point to the Big Bang. Like, isn't that science? Are you arguing against the Big Bang right now, dude?
No, I'm not. No, I agree with this.
Okay, so you believe the universe did have a beginning then. Okay, so we agree.
No,
cool.
I think, again, the misunderstanding.
No, we agree, dude. That's fine.
All right, well, we'll get back into this.
Like Krauss says something like nothing can give rise to a universe or something. Now, in that sentence, he's treating nothing as if it's a referring term.
Yes.
Pick something out, and it does something, right? As if it has some causal power or properties of some description. I agree with you that that's grammatically can feel logically confused to talk like that. What we should do instead is to treat it as I was doing, where you paraphrase it into that for all things that there are, it's not whatever the property was. Everything's outside the fridge kind of thing. But then it seems to me that flip a few pages along in the book, you then, I think, make the mistake again. You talk like Krauss does, because you say, well, how could nothingness discriminate between making universes and making Beethoven?
That's why I said a moment ago, Alex, speaking facetiously, It was supposed to be tongue-in-cheek. It's funny. How could nothingness be so discriminatory? There isn't any such thing as nothingness. It means not anything.
Yeah, right.
And so, for the sake of our listeners again, there's a whole range of these universal quantifiers of negation in English, like never means not ever, nobody means not anybody, nowhere means not anywhere, none means not one, and nothing means not anything. And so when we talk about the universe is coming into being out of nothing, we mean that it came into being, but it did not come into being out of anything.
Right, but if at any point in the argument you end up having to say something like, well, nothingness has no causal power, so how could it cause something? But if we apply the paraphrase correctly, that means something like everything has some causal power. And now that doesn't do the job of motivating how something could come out of nothing, right?
Well, I think it does. Again, as long as we understand this is a façon de parler that we're saying.
He made a really good point there.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
never thought about it like that. If it can be applied to that, it would have to be applied to some everything as well, or something as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It's
that
conceptually
causal
strange.
power, yeah.
It's conceptually strange to say like nothing created the universe, because you can't have nothing and then causes and then something, because nothing contains no cause.
Right. We know you agree with premise one, Horace. I know.
Even if we had an empty universe, though, it would still be something. Right? again, there's a misconception here with absolute nothing and nothing. Because there was always a field of some sort. There was always a time, light, some. Because you can't just. It has to be there for right. Already, like eternally. It can't just come out of nothing. It has to be a field of some sort, whether it's time or light.
So you might believe something similar to maybe Tacos, where he believes, and let me know if I get this wrong, Tacos. Tacos believes there's a necessary being, a substrate from which our universe began to exist, but because the substrate was there and is atemporal, it is a cause and grounds the causal chain. Is that right, Tacos?
Or it could just be an uncaused quantum fluctuation, and then all this stuff takes off.
But the source would be that atemporal substrate, right?
Yeah.
Which would be the ultimate anchor of causation, right?
If causation's real, sure.
So, Horace, does that sound like something you agree with? Because I thought you were saying something like that.
Can you rephrase it again? What's the question?
Well, I was thinking you agree with something similar to Tacos as far as there being an ultimate causation, whereby there's an atemporal substrate that is the grounding of causation of the universe. Because you believe in causation, you believe in premise one, where everything that has a cause.
Yeah, I'm under the impression that there was never absolute nothing. There has to be something. Even I think like scientists.
So a necessary being, right?
It was like you might have heard that before. Like,
but that doesn't have to be a person. I learned on this channel. A being does not need to have a personality in philosophy when discussing a necessary being. A being is like an existence, but being is a better term because when we talk about atemporal stuff, it gets weird with verbiage. So we say necessary being. So Taco's substrate is a necessary being, which in Tacos yesterday, we were like, well, we're at a standstill because I'm like, well, he's like, well, you took my substrate and gave it a mind and call it God. And I'm like, well, you took my God and removed the mind and called it substrate. So that's where we stand. But Horace, it sounds like you believe there is ultimate causation.
I think there was there was always the sort of mathematical structure, quantum fields, space-time context, right? Whatever we want to call it, universe, there was always something.
Tacos, can you clarify? Because I don't know if I don't even know. I don't know. What do you think?
What do I think about what?
Did I represent your thing, or is there anything I'm missing?
So here.
That Horace isn't
maybe
getting.
let's go in the other direction just really quick. So what is your concept of eternity or eternal? Define that for me.
When I'm talking about eternal life, I am referring to the spiritual realm. So I would not make that argument from our space-time. But to answer that that context is necessary, I would say eternal future is infinite potential future, which I can never reach the end frame of.
Okay, so and what shape is eternal? Is eternal a triangle? What is the symbol of eternity or infinity? Right? It's been around.
Well, I guess in this
obviously
case,
it's a circle, right?
If I were to draw it on a
We
piece
draw a
of
circle, we draw
paper,
the cyclical, right? We saw our circle, one direct line, obviously. So where's the beginning in that? If there's an eternal
the
cyclical
circle,
process
the
happening, and
dot,
that's the image that is
the
in plain sight, right? It's the
Forest.
visible image of order and
You
truth.
just
for
described how
millions
I
of
would
years.
draw it on paper, so I didn't even have to. You draw a dot, you draw a line with an arrow. Okay.
All religions and corporate logos use this symbol, right? It's the halo,
Yeah.
right? The 5
It's an
pointed
arrow,
star.
bro,
You can
with a
take the
starting
5
point.
pointed star and draw a circle around it, right?
Wait,
So that this
I don't know why we have confusion at all right now. Why is there any
your
confusion
concept
right
of sort of eternity is a circle, but you're saying there's a beginning somewhere.
No, it's
in
not a
this circle.
circle. No, I believe my eternal future is one directional.
So when did it start?
When I was born. But
eternity
God
doesn't
knew
have to
me
start.
before I was born, so it's possible my soul existed in heaven before. But I believe God also created heaven and all the angels and other beings in the higher dimensions as well.
Oh yeah,
But
we can get into,
as far as my future, I can still hold to the position that I got an infinite future potential. That's fine. And that I'll never reach the end frame. That is fine. It's not logically crazy.
If you never have an end, then you never have a beginning.
False.
Because you don't end.
False. Nice try, though.
So where does it end then?
There is no end frame.
Exactly.
How do you know it's not like Battlestar Galactica, where this has all happened before and it will all happen again? If you're going infinitely into the future, you don't know that you won't get Nietzsche's eternal recurrence.
Right.
Right, but that would be saying the sun's not going to rise one of these days.
So you would never know if you weren't in one of Nietzsche's eternal recurrences. You wouldn't know if there was a beginning.
Right. Well, I could say there's a purple dinosaur in my garage.
Look,
right?
You're saying that thought experiments are a good way to know the truth, and we're giving you a thought experiment that dissolves your other thought experiment, and now you're saying, but that's just a thought experiment.
Yeah,
What's
you're saying
wrong
that
with you?
spiritual. You said a spiritual.
I don't think that dissolves my thought. Can you guys?
Yes, it does. If there's an infinite future, then you don't know that you're not in an eternal recurrence of an infinite future, which would mean you can't be certain there's not an infinite past.
Exactly.
What? Are you saying it loops?
Do you know how a
circle
circle works, Zill? Do you know how a
saying
circle
it's a
works? You just go
circle.
round and round. Your love is gonna find a way, just like rat.
I mean, that it takes a lot of faith, Kurt, and a lot of intellectual
To know how a circle works?
a lot of interesting intellectual positions to support that, Kurt.
Really? It's so weird to think about how you can go around a circle infinitely. That's like such a bizarre concept.
It's pretty
You can't even
absurd
process
and
it.
cannot
Zill,
be
think
reproduced in any lab known to any scientist, Kurt. So
Neither
just
can
making
an
things up.
infinite past or the lack of an
Right,
infinite
and you're
past.
just
What
making
are you
things up,
talking
asking
about?
me why
You
it's
are the
crazy.
one who is making things up.
And you're just
I'm
making stuff
showing
up,
you that
Kurt.
your position makes no sense.
And your circle position makes no sense, Kurt. All right?
How does it make no sense? Where's the contradiction?
It's absurd. It is
Until
not
we know.
reproducible or
That's
backed
your
up by
intuition,
anything in
Zill.
reality.
Nothing
or
of your
anything in
position is
science.
reproducible. Nothing of your position meets
Okay,
that
then our
criteria.
positions are the same, and you cannot call mine
Exactly,
absurd,
and
Kurt.
equipoise is the correct
Then our
position,
positions
which
are the
is my
same,
position.
Kurt.
Which is my position.
Oh, we have the same position then. All right, let's continue.
Yeah, except you can't anymore say that there is no past infinite because you've just acceded to my position, which is we can't know.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Then we don't have the same position. Yours is less defended.
Yeah, think of the influence. Think of how
don't think so.
influential this circle is. Like the invention of the wheel, how far that brought humanity, how efficient the world is because of the wheel, right? Like before the wheel, before the simple circle, humanity struggled. And then someone's like, hey, let's just do the circle. and then all of a sudden, right? So it's
No,
the
that was
simplicity of-
aliens.
It's just like another sort of the simple circle is just showing you like
No, that was aliens.
right, it's flowing. But I agree with Kurt.
Let's
It's
just play.
yeah.
All right, let's get back into it.
That if the universe came into being but did not do so out of anything, then that means that there were no causal powers that brought it into existence. And that is surely impossible, given, as you say, that it is a substance and not merely an event. If a substance comes into existence but not out of anything, that seems to me to give good grounds for thinking there's a cause. So don't press my language too woodenly here. I think it's clear from my earlier disclosures what I meant.
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Honestly,
Okay.
Sometimes the dialectic seems to me that if you say, well, the universe must have had a cause, it couldn't have begun to exist without a cause, because substances can't begin without a cause. And if I say, well, why couldn't a substance begin without a cause? And now, if there's in any sense a recourse to saying, well, nothingness has no causal powers, nothingness has no property, anything like that, strictly speaking, off the table, because if it's just a turn of phrase that's misleading, really. You can't say that. All you can say is, I mean, if we translate that, all it means is everything has some causal power. That's like saying everything is outside the fridge, right? So, but that doesn't help. That doesn't explain why the universe, or it doesn't explain why a substance has to have a cause for its beginning. If I'm genuinely wondering why,
If
it doesn't help me.
there's not anything prior to the beginning of the universe, then it follows that there are not any causal powers.
Yes, it does. But what if I was wondering why a substance couldn't begin without a cause? Then it would be no help to say, well, because there was nothing that caused it, because that's just presupposing that there has to be. So it's not an explanation. It's not help.
What do you guys think about this? Is he right?
By he, do you mean Craig or Alex Malpass?
Alex Malpass, but maybe Craig if you want to think Craig. Nobody? Okay.
Yeah, with the one assumption, all other theological assumptions fall under that umbrella, right? So that's if there's no beginning, then everything else in the Bible has to be questioned, because that's the foundational, right, standard, basically the first verse, a deity creating something. But
Yeah,
that's
but
just not...
again, Genesis 1 doesn't describe creation out of nothing. It describes creation out of pre-existing stuff.
Yeah.
The earth is without form and void, which means the earth exists.
I mean, that's one interesting way to interpret that, for sure.
1:1. No, in the beginning, God created.
What do you mean the earth was without form and void? The word "was" there implies that the earth existed.
Wait, no, wait. What if it was without form and void before it existed?
No,
Then
it's
it wouldn't have existed. It would have been then the world magically popped into existence. That's what you would have written for that.
Because God created it. Like, hello.
No, it was without form and void. So a lump of clay can become a statue, and when it starts, it's without form and void, and then you make it into a statue from pre-existing clay. Get it?
Yeah, but you don't call clay void.
Yeah, you do. It's void of shape. It doesn't have a definable shape. It doesn't draw the eye. It's a lump of clay. It's without form.
Well, I think we should look specifically at what void
Plus,
is.
the English word void probably doesn't translate cleanly across.
Right.
To the Hebrew.
So we should look at
my guess is the Hebrew does not get the
we
mathematical concept of void, but it doesn't matter because just saying the earth was without form already implies its existence.
Okay, fine. Interesting.
And also, it says the earth was before the light, which is impossible. Which is, according to science, right? It's the other way around. Light was already around way before the earth. That's one of my biggest issues.
Well, I assume that is a conclusion based on many other conclusions.
So
which
in the
a lot of stuff
NRSV,
is, which is fine, but
in the NRSV, which is the best scholarly translation we have at the moment, it says, when God began to create the heavens and the earth was complete chaos and darkness covered the face of the deep, while a wind from God swept over the face of the waters. That sounds like there's something there that he's working on.
Okay. And you know what? We don't even need to get bogged down on this. I have no problem with this. I will just
Quantum.
assume God created that before. This is no problem for my worldview, and we don't need to get bogged down in this.
It's the quantum field.
But even if God used the quantum field, I don't even care. Fine. Fine with me. No problem with my worldview. We can press play.
If you claim a necessary being, we would know that God doesn't exist. That would be a problem that would arise.
Well, God would be the
if you claim
necessary
quantum
being.
field.
But, and I claim, the difference is
Well,
I
no, the
claim
quantum field would be able to exist
vitality.
by its own nature.
What is it?
So it would
Vitalism
falsify
or
your
whatever.
position.
No. Vitalism, where I believe we're here for a purpose and morality. And I think we're here to love God and love others. I think that's our purpose. I think that's why we're here, and that's what we're supposed to do.
That's just a non-response.
The how is God created us, and that's the best explanation for what we're doing here.
Just a total non-response.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to get that out. And you can press play, I guess.
Kurt, you got anything? And stop telling me to press play. Kurt, you got anything?
Yeah, I just think that the idea that Genesis narrates a beginning of the universe is totally not in the text. It narrates a beginning of the reformation of the earth. And again, many cultures on the earth that don't have anything to do with the Abrahamic God have the idea of cyclic creations, ages. Like in Aztec cosmology, we were in the 5th age. There's loads of different conceptions of this, and almost none of them imagine a creation ex nihilo.
Right, there's horoscopes too, Kurt.
I feel like that was such a devastating attack. I don't know if I'll be able to recover.
I know.
There are also like hockey teams, by the way. So
yeah, I know. There's there's all kinds of stuff. There's brick oven pizza.
Yep. There's sauerkraut.
There is.
You just lose. You lose. There's sauerkraut, dude. Your argument is
no, I do not lose the sauerkraut. No, I would come back with dang, I already did brick oven. What's better than brick oven pizza? Sauerkraut doesn't beat that.
It's important
There's
to understand.
No way.
These logos theology types that try to use Genesis 1:1, like the thing God speaks into being is light, not the earth.
No, wait. No, I have no problem with this. We don't need to get bogged down in this. I have no problem with what's going on with, and I'll just say God created the earth before the Bible talked about it. This isn't like something we should talk about, really.
All right, let's get back into it.
Hey guys, I gotta hop off. I gotta go to bed and go
All
to
right,
work tomorrow.
have a good one, Horace.
Later,
Thanks,
Horace.
Taco. Later,
Have a
guys.
good one, dude.
Have a good one, man.
Peace.
As I say, I think there is a metaphysical intuition that out of nothing, nothing comes. And by that I mean that if there's not anything, then not anything can come into being.
Yeah.
From not anything. Being only comes from being, as Parmenides. So when I began my study of philosophy, this was one of the first philosophers we studied, and it seemed to me that Parmenides was absolutely right, that being only comes from being. Being doesn't come from non-being. But I see Joe here, or John's getting a little restless. Let me just come back to one thing and just...
I think he's saying that God is a being, and so I think there's more subtle
No, this is about the universe, right?
undertone to that.
Wait, isn't this about the universe coming into being?
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's not bothered by the interaction problem or the sequence problem, but okay.
For the record, I disagree, Alex, that if a substance has material causes or stuff of which it's made, then it's not a bona fide substance that actually comes into being. That's an expression of mereological nihilism, which is a radical position that would require us to say that you don't even exist because you have your parents' sperm and egg that united to form you. And you began to exist when they did unite. There was no Alex Malpass prior to that point, even though there was a sperm and an egg. And that's absurd to say that Alex Malpass pre-existed his birth. Where was he? Where were you? In 1775, what were you doing during the era of galaxy?
Like, he's a philosopher. He hasn't read Derek Parfit. He doesn't understand the arguments in Persons and Reasons, because and again, I don't think mereological nihilism is considered absurd in philosophy. I think it's a live option for philosophers.
I think he's using a trigger word. He just said nihilism.
Craig
he's like trying to get people not to investigate mereology more than anything else.
Yeah, no, this was just that was unfortunate he said that. Do you want to go into it? Sounds like you have a good response to this. Do you have a good response to this that you wanted to go into?
Yeah, I mean, I think the self, of course, has a kind of existence, just like traffic lanes do, right? It's important when you're in heavy traffic to regard traffic lanes as real things and to pay close attention to them, because if you don't, you can die. And that is a kind of existence. But you have to understand what kind of existence they have. If there's something in the middle of the road and you happen to be in a lane and there aren't any other cars, you should ignore the lanes and go around it, because they're not real in that way. And the self is the same kind of thing.
But the lanes are still real separators, even though we can break the normal laws of traffic.
Again, they have
and we can still distinguish
they don't,
each lane
they're
from
not
each other.
fully arbitrary. They're not fully arbitrary. They don't magic themselves into being. They're not something that you should
they've been defined.
Ignore.
They have lines.
They are a coordination of speech and interaction device.
But they have identity.
Wait,
Kurt,
they don't have separable identity. They have the identity of the minds that interact with them.
Right. Right. I have to keep reminding myself of where you come from. But you're not a.
I mean, that's not a difficult thing to understand. That traffic lanes are a
is solipsist where you think only you exist in your brain? Is that what that is? And you're not
I think solipsism is kind of not a sensible position, but I also don't think solipsism is deductively proven against, although I think there are strong inductive arguments against solipsism.
Would you say what would the differences be between your view and solipsism then?
I'm not an idiot.
That's a good argument. Okay.
No, literally, the word idiot means.
Differences?
You know what the word idiot means? Idiot means somebody who's totally into themselves, right? That's where it comes
funny.
from. So, a solipsist is somebody who just denies the existence of an external world. And while I agree that you can't logically disprove someone from that spot, you can't logically argue a schizophrenic from thinking the CIA has all their trash cans bugged, because they have an explanation for everything, just like theists.
Oh, that was a funny shot. That was cool. Okay, so you're not a solipsist.
I'm definitely not a solipsist, and I'm also not a simulationist or any of these other wild conspiracy theory ideas.
You're a what non-realist? Or I don't know.
I'm a causal anti-realist, sure, but I mean, I would just consider myself generally skeptic. I'm almost now not even willing to call myself a physicalist, because I think that philosophers import a lot of things onto that I don't accept. But I certainly don't accept any non-demonstrated thing being certain of having separable existence. Separable existence is the key point here, right? You can have coordination existence, like the rules of chess, and that works perfectly fine, right? We know how a bishop moves because we know it by convention. But it's not arbitrary. It's not like one person can start moving their bishop in a new way sometime in chess.
That's illegal.
Revolutionize the game. The game has to be played by the rules.
Yeah.
So it's not arbitrary, but it is also not something that's baked into the laws of the universe.
Well, the rules, how are the rules established, though?
By convention, just like they are with chess. And again,
Well,
for
okay.
rules of discourse, people need to be able to hand each other things at the dinner table and when they're working together. So you need a law of identity. You need a law of excluded middle, this, not that. You need a law of non-contradiction for that level of discourse at the local scale.
All right, you mentioned local scale.
Well, that's
Okay.
what our language comes from, the local scale. So we're really good with figuring out if somebody's violating a rule. We're really good at figuring out like what an object is that does something and what it does. And we get repeated exposure to all the languages that we're exposed to all the time, whether they're like business jargon or whether they're like your actual spoken language at home, or whether it's computer code if you happen to work in computer coding. Anything you use a lot, you get really fluent with. But if you're exposed to something you're not familiar with, then you're going to struggle until you get a really good familiarity with it. And that just takes repeated exposure. And then once you have that repeated exposure, you feel like you've always had it and you forget how hard it was to acquire and you think it's something real. That's what language does to your brain. You think that because we have a word for laws of logic and you once didn't understand them at all and now you do, that now they're real.
Well, in tech, you turn that into contract negotiation, but and realize your value. But I guess I understand. I understand your point is we take things for granted, which we learn over time. Though we should try to value things we think are wisdom that we've learned over time and be able to identify that so that you can impart wisdom on others, right?
Again, anybody who has like a unique skill set that other people don't have can find a way to like get value out of teaching other people that skill set if they want to. That's just a choice some people make. Other people have a unique skill set and they never share their secrets and they just do their own thing and they never share it because they can maximize what they think is going to be beneficial to them that way. There's just all sorts of different ways people do it. There's no one right way. That's the thing. You're an organism trying to navigate a niche, and the niche varies with the organism.
Okay, and you would say that's relative and to each organism's own satisfaction, they will do whatever. I'm good for now unless there's something Kurt remembered.
No, I just wanted to make sure you're clear on the idea that traffic lanes don't have separable existence. And so in that sense, things like can be non-arbitrary, have like rules associated with them, and yet still not live like externally of minds.
But wouldn't it be reasonable for me to say the traffic lanes still exist even though I can break the normal rules of traffic?
If you, again, it depends on how you're using the word exist. Exist has multiple kinds of meanings. So that's the point.
Okay, so that's the whole point here, right? Okay. So if I were to hold the position I just said where the lanes still exist even though I can break the rules, what would that be called?
Well, you would call it, I don't know what you'd call it. I mean, there are people who have instrumental,
is it a brand new
instrumental ontology. That would be probably a way for you to say it, but I just call it second order existence.
Is that what you think is close to what I believe, or is that what you believe?
Again, I don't even think first order existence is like genuine existence in the sense that it's something that like has its like reality. It's just much more fungible for us to talk about, right? We can talk about glasses and Hondas, and those have like a really strong form of reality.
And it looks like there is a super chat from Kurt. Thank you very much, sir. He says, mute Big Nick in chat for 5 minutes. I reviewed your requests, and upon the review, I have accepted the request. It looks like there was some potential TOS violations from them in chat, so their messages have been deleted and they have been muted. Thank you so much for the mute suggestion, Kurt. Greatly appreciated.
Got him.
No problem. Again, the word exist has a bunch of different senses in which it can mean. So all I'm doing is like describing the senses in which I mean it, but different people have different meanings for it, right? And that's why I think like when you're saying that the set of all things exists, that's fine. That's like by definition true, but you may not mean exists in the same way that everybody who's hearing you means it.
That's true, and we're exploring that. And earlier we were exploring what nothing even means, but we didn't even get into all of that yet. Actually, you were on the phone, Kurt, when nothing came up.
Yeah, nothing came up of it, so that's fine.
Right, but well, we can keep playing, but also, or I'm fine with that. Or if you have anything to say on nothing, did you already comment on that?
I have nothing to say on nothing.
Okay.
No worries, no worries.
I mean, nothing from nothing leaves nothing.
Okay, all right, cool.
Just for the record, I don't accept this mereological nihilism. I think that there are substances that are composed of stuff, and they do have genuine beginnings, even though they don't come into being ex nihilo.
I think that idea sounds very radical to us in the Western tradition. Do you think it would sound quite as radical to those in the East? I mean, it sounds very similar to, Buddhist notions of anatta or sunyata, this emptiness or the sense that there is no self. I mean, maybe there's even something like it in the writings of David Hume. I wonder what you make of. I mean, are you challenged by having to face the cost of mereological nihilism in this debate?
I don't. To be honest, I will take that away and think about it more. I'm open to thinking about that more. I think you're absolutely right, though, that there would be room for manoeuvre, certainly, to suppose that I, as a substance, am Pickwickish as well, in the sense that Buddhist tradition teaches David Hume's bundle theory of the self is quite compatible with the idea that I was just outlining. I think that on your view, a substance dualist account of the self, the soul part of your substance always did exist, pre-existed. You're at the beginning of your body in the galaxy formation stage of the universe.
Did you say the soul pre-exists?
Isn't that
No, that wouldn't be the Christian view. In fact, the Church Father Origen was condemned for that view.
I see,
the idea is that souls are special creations of God, or they are the causal products of the souls of the parents. So only the soul of Adam and Eve was created directly by God. And then this view is called Traducianism. And the souls then of the parents produce the soul of the offspring.
Okay, fine, fair enough. So thank you for that correction. So it's more like the...
Interesting.
Sounds like you've got a comment on that one, Kurt.
It's just a ridiculous position. I don't know. Did you hear when I was talking with Eli about identical twinning and souls?
I don't remember what he said.
Yeah, so there's a huge problem with Craig's theory of ensoulment because it means that either souls are like infinitely divisible, which is bizarre, or it means that there are individuals walking around who don't have souls.
Wait, why?
I don't want to get into it. It's a side
point.
I'd like to get through the topic of the debate, but I'd be happy to explain it to you some other time on another panel.
All right, cool.
Tomorrow would work good.
View.
Yeah, so just to be clear, souls are like completely nuts. There's no chance they exist.
I get that.
Okay, I mean, and I don't have a particularly strong view either way on this. I mean, I'm open to the kind of Buddhist or Humean idea that you brought up. That sounds cool as well. Let's think about both of those. So I'm not strongly committed to that. My physicist friends will tell me that the correct ontology should be something about there being quantum fields and that the particles are excitations in the quantum fields, and ultimately that's the building blocks out of which everything is made. And in that case, then the quantum field is the substance, the only substance that exists, permeates space and time completely. And I mean, I'm not clever enough to understand that very well, but if that's right, then so be it, kind of thing.
Well, don't trust physicists to tell you about the nature of man. Even if it were true that everything material is an excitation of a quantum field or fields, that doesn't mean that you are.
I think this is just preaching right here. This is nothing but preaching right here.
Yep. He's got to defend that Origen's a heretic, so Origen's a heretic. Origen believed, of course, that souls were perfect spheres.
I don't even know the use of arguing over the shape of souls. Why would anyone even do that?
Well, you obviously haven't read a lot of like Attic Greek philosophy then, because they had huge arguments.
Oh, that sort of thing. No.
If mind-body dualism is true, then you are or have a soul that is not a material object. And physicists, therefore, have nothing to tell us about the reality of the soul.
Mm-hmm. So as we draw this discussion of premise one to a close, Alex, would you say that you deny premise one, or is it rather that you just have grounds for some skepticism towards how we would know premise one to be true?
Yeah, I think that still think that it's unclear to me what the certainty to which. I'm quite happy to apply the causal premise to humdrum things around me, cups, tables, whatnot. They obviously do have causes. None of them just pop into existence without causes or explanation. That's obviously true. I'm still not sure what to say about the beginning of like all material reality itself, or indeed, as we're going to talk about premise 2 in a moment, whether there is a beginning or not. So I think if you put a gun to my head and forced me to pick, I would probably say that there was no beginning. And so in that case, I sort of, maybe I'm doing this wrong, but it seems to me that the syllogism should be something like, out of nothing, nothing comes means something like, if there were ever nothing, and like as we said, maybe this is grammatically confused, but were there ever to have been nothing, there wouldn't be anything now, because nothing can come from nothing. But there is stuff now, right? Premise 2, and by modus tollens, there could never have been nothing. So there must have always been something.
Yeah, Thomas Aquinas uses an argument exactly like that.
Right, and I think, but to me, that's an argument in favor of an eternal.
Oh, he holds my position. Let's go. I know William Lane Craig holds my position on that. I don't know how he's getting to God.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. It's a problem. There's loads of problems with him, though.
You only get to substance. Where's the bridge?
Beginningless universe, then in that case, it must have always bing materiality, one thing causing another in a descending chain, turtles all the way down, right? So in that sense, then I'm not so bothered about defending the beginning of the universe, because I'm not 100% sure it's my position that the universe has a beginning, right? So we're playing with the premise.
Right, we're speaking hypothetically here that if the universe began to exist, then it has a cause. I remember in writing my dissertation at Birmingham, it occurred to me near the end that it seemed like all of the alternatives were absurd to me, that the universe popped into being out of nothing without a cause, that the universe is eternal in the past, or that the universe was created by God with no material cause. They all seem crazy. It seemed like the best thing to say is that nothing exists at all. But that's crazier than anything. So I hope that our listeners just grasp a little bit of the fascination of this question and why it has intrigued great minds for millennia, literally.
Yeah, I mean, Plato said that philosophy begins with awe and wonder, and I think this argument definitely has the potential to invoke that in us. But I want us to look at premise 2 of this argument, that the
all right, before they go into premise 2, do you all have any last thoughts on this?
I mean, there is a serious religious position that nothing does exist, right? That's basically the Vedantist approach, that all of existence is an illusion, and that it all exists as dreams in the mind of the one God, the Brahman. So, like, that's a live philosophical position, and he just sort of dismisses it as if it has no reality and not worth interacting with, which just shows his provincialism.
All right, no comments from me.
Universe began to exist, and we're going to focus, since we're in the company of great philosophers, on the philosophical arguments for that premise. Bill, would you just lay out what are some of those philosophical reasons for thinking that the universe began to exist?
I present 2 independent philosophical arguments in support of the finitude of the past. The first one is based on the impossibility of the existence of an actually infinite number of things. If you could have an actually infinite number of things instantiated in reality, it results in all sorts of really counterintuitive situations, which we can describe later if you want to. And since a beginningless series of events in time would entail an actually infinite number of past events, it would follow that the number of past events cannot be actually infinite, must be finite, and that therefore the series of events must have begun to exist. And since the series of past events is not distinct ontologically from the universe, it follows that the universe began to exist. The second argument concedes that perhaps there could be an actually infinite number of things in reality, but
I guess let's address the first argument initially. So what do y'all think about that first argument?
Can you summarize it?
Basically, there's finite stuff. It can't be infinite into the future, infinite into the past, so it has to begin to exist. Something like that.
Again, somebody who accepts that the initial state is the fundamental stuff that everything else is a reorganization of, like, just doesn't have any hold on that position, I don't think.
Yeah, not at all.
It argues that it is impossible to form an actually infinite number of things by successive addition. And since the series of past events is a series that has been formed throughout by the successive addition of one event after another, ending in the present, it would follow that the series of past events cannot be actually infinite. It must have had a beginning, and the rest of reality follows in the same way. And then I discussed scientific confirmations from the expansion of the universe and the second law of thermodynamics, but these philosophical arguments are the 2 that I've defended. I just should note, for the sake of our listeners, that since the publication of the Kalam Cosmological Argument, additional philosophical arguments have now been offered by people like Alexander Krauss and Robert Kuhns, based upon the impossibility of any events having an infinite number of causes, so that there cannot be an infinite causal chain leading up to the present event. And these are independent of my arguments. So there are...
Exactly.
All right, so there's 2 more arguments. Do either of you have anything about either of these arguments? Do they go through?
Oh, yeah. That's the argument
Are they
I've been giving for
unsound?
days.
Are they inductive and not deductive?
Obviously, like I'm a causal anti-realist, so an infinite chain of causes just has no effect on me. I don't see that as existing separable from minds. And
Do
I
you
feel
believe
like
in a
that's
timeline.
no. I just feel like if he would have read Malthner's Sprachkritik, I think he would have disabused himself of this idea that just because we have a noun for something, that doesn't mean that it has ontology. Much of this just seems to be, he thinks, oh, we have this word for this thing. And then when I move this word in my mind to another spot, it seems silly to me and I have an intuition about it. And therefore, that means the universe is not structured that way. It just seems like a totally illegal move to me. You should need to demonstrate it with something other than that. The fact that there was an inflation event is nothing, says nothing about the things that existed around that inflation. Let's put it that way, right? We don't have a way to see past the inflation event at the moment technologically. That doesn't guarantee that will always be that way. It just seems wildly speculative to overclaim on the basis of that, especially since Christianity depended, and like Aquinas, he's arguing from Aquinas. Aquinas argued that the universe had to be infinite and had to have never had a beginning, and that God's creation always had to be taking place throughout an infinite past. Like, is he now saying Aquinas was just a crazy man?
Interesting. So, is he saying that? Well, he's obviously arguing the impossibility of infinite time pass as he gave that explanation. And
yet he just used the causation argument that Aquinas made to demonstrate that infinite past.
I'm not sure if I'm connecting that right now, but
Aquinas' point was that only God could be the primary cause, and because the universe could not begin, because God could not begin to think about something, that therefore God had to continuously create the universe throughout infinity, throughout eternity, always.
I suppose that would be the term we use to describe something that is atemporal, right?
No, Aquinas thought the whole universe had always existed and would always exist.
Okay, that's interesting.
And so Craig is trying to have his Aquinas and eat it too.
I see. Okay, that is interesting. That's okay. That's funny. Okay.
I would just agree with Craig the whole way through, saying, yeah, there has to be a start, right? But I would disagree with how that happens. I would say, yeah, the universe arose from pre-existing stuff. That pre-existing stuff, though, is the necessary foundation, that fundamental field or whatever. It couldn't fail to exist. And then he would probably not know where to go with that. Also,
now on the table, at least 4 independent philosophical arguments in support of the premise that the universe began to exist.
And Alex, which one of those premises do you want to start with first? Which one of those arguments?
Well, I think we've got 2 philosophical arguments, and I don't think we're going to talk about the causal finitism stuff today. No. But just to note that when we last spoke, towards the end of that interaction, you brought up the causal infinitism, the Grim Reaper paradox stuff, and I had to say, well, I haven't thought about that too much. But since then, I've published, I think, three papers on that, so I have a very settled view there as well now. But
how many papers are going to come out of this discussion? Will you do any more?
Yeah, so I've done my homework on that one. But let's talk about, I guess, let's go through them one by one, I guess. So we could talk about what I call the Hilbert total argument first, if you like, and then move on to successive petition, which is my favorite one, I suppose. So do you want to lay out the...
Well, the idea is that if you could have an actual infinite number of things, it would result in all sorts of situations that I think are metaphysically impossible. Granted, there is no strict logical contradiction. Infinite set theory is a well-developed and, for all appearances, consistent branch of mathematics. But the claim is that this is metaphysically impossible. And one great illustration of this is Bernardette's book. Jose Bernardet imagines a book sitting on the table, and he says, suppose this book has an infinite number of pages, and you open the front cover, and the first page is a half an inch thick. Very, very odd book. The next page is a quarter of an inch thick. The next page is an eighth of an inch thick, and so on ad infinitum. Now he says, turn the book over so that the back cover is facing you. Now, slowly lift the back cover, and he says, what do you see? There's nothing. there to see, for there is no last page. And he said if you tried to touch it, either there would be an impenetrable, invisible barrier that would prevent your finger.
I feel like this is just another version
Whoa.
of. I feel like this is just another version of Zeno's paradox.
Right, but let's be clear. He said there is no logical contradiction.
Yep.
He basically said, I cannot demonstrate this.
No
And I think he
conceptual
claims a necessary
contradiction.
being.
So
The
let's be
conceptual.
clear.
Okay.
There's no logical contradiction. It's undemonstrable. All he is doing is making thought experiments that make people think, oh, wow, that sounds like a good argument. And when I tell that story, it's going to make people feel things.
It's an example
There
of
is no logical
physical
contradiction.
impossibility. It's an example of
Metaphysical is a
impossibility.
word that doesn't even have like demonstrable
Yeah, well, it's also
existence.
physically impossible. So there.
Also, real
Of
fast.
course,
his whole
it's
thing-
physically impossible. It's physically impossible to have a dog the size of the
Right.
solar system, but that doesn't mean anything
Right.
about there being a God.
It means something there cannot be infinite time passed, and that's the subject.
No, it
Okay.
doesn't mean
And-
that at all. I
Real
don't know
fast.
why you won't give that up.
Yeah, I'm not letting go of that, Kurt, because
Well,
You
your
just-
man
you
just
just
your
made an
man just
argument for
admitted that
no
you
infinity.
should let it go. He said there is no demonstration of it. There's no logical contradiction. So the thing you kept saying there
No.
was, there
Of
is
in-
not.
infinite time passed. No, he never said he supported that.
Do you want to go
No.
back and replay him saying infinite set theory is a well-known part of
In
mathematics?
mathematics,
and there is no
conceptually.
logical contradiction.
Oh, right. But within our physical reality, there is a contradiction. Right.
There's a physical contradiction to an infinitely large hotel. Of course,
Right.
nobody could build it. But that's stupid.
Well,
That's
no, it's
not a
important.
point.
to
what he's
point
saying
that
is the
out.
physical contradiction is you'd never get to the back of the book. But what I'm
Right.
saying is this is just a rephrasing of Zeno's paradox, and in reality, you still walk. You still traverse the space.
Wait, can you please sum up that paradox?
Zeno argued that Achilles could never shoot an arrow because the arrow would always have to travel halfway towards the person it was going to kill. And it would then have to travel halfway the next distance and halfway the next distance. And that would never, ever stop having. And therefore, the person would never die.
Oh.
Is literally basically the same argument that's being made in the Grim Reaper or being made in Hilbert's Hotel.
And I heard a frog on the table jumping halfway to the edge. I heard that one.
Yeah, they're all just versions of the same like problem with infinity and human local scale comprehension. That's all it is.
And the physical contradiction, right?
Okay, do you think that like vertebrate minds are capable of understanding concepts of infinity? We didn't even come up with zero for like most of human history.
No, it's like so much for us to even consider 100,000.
So it's not
Yeah.
demonstrated that there can't be an infinite past, and Craig has admitted that. There's no logical contradiction. Infinite set theory is a well understood part of mathematics. There's no contradiction.
And because he claims a necessary being, that falsifies his position because infinite regress is possible, which means it's logically possible in which there's a world with an infinite regress.
Because it's possible, therefore.
Correct, because he claims a necessary being, which would claim that that would not be possible.
And I didn't say that infinite regresses
you
are
do
physically
too.
impossible. I said an infinite hotel made by humans was physically impossible, which is, of course, the case.
And I'm fine with being wrong. Maybe it's a brute fact or an infinite regress. You would be wrong too, though. If our necessary being position just got falsified, we are both stuck with either an infinite regress or brute fact. So our position just got falsified. I guess we're both taking a brute fact or infinite regress. Right now, right, Zill, does that mean you're an atheist now because our position got falsified? You can be an atheist with me.
No, Doug.
Welcome
That
to
is funny.
atheism.
You just
Yeah,
said
it's
that
funny.
he said that falsified. You just said that our position got falsified, though.
I said that.
Yeah. Does that not falsify my position too? If it's logically possible that there's an infinite regress, would that not falsify my position
that
too?
was your argument, yeah.
So both of our position got falsified. So now we have
Under
to claim
that
infinite regress or
argument.
brute fact, right, Zil? That means your God doesn't exist either.
If it was necessary, only
but
it's
that
still
just
under
got
the context of that argument, which I don't
that
have
just got
to agree
falsified,
to.
Zil, right? So now we have to claim an infinite regress or brute fact, right, Zil?
I don't have to, no.
But you said the necessary
for the
being
sake of the argument,
falsified.
let's see. For the sake of the argument.
No, that's it. There's no
that
argument. You just said our positions got falsified. I claim a necessary being, so do you. If that falsifies both of our position, like obviously it falsifies William Lane Craig's position if he says that infinite regress is logically possible. Does that falsify your position too? Or do you claim a necessary being?
No, even if he said infinite wait. Billy Legg said infinite regress is logically possible. He said that.
Correct. And call him William Lane Craig or Bill.
Oh yeah, Bill Craig. That is interesting.
He said that's logically possible.
Oh right, no, he was talking about mathematics. In concept, infinities are possible. Yeah.
No, he was saying that Hilbert's hotel is logically possible. There's no contradiction, right? And he's trying to apply that to reality.
Think he said that.
All right. Never mind.
All right.
Almost got him.
Almost.
From touching it, or your finger would immediately penetrate through an infinite number of pages into the book. So Benedett says there's no strict logical contradiction involved in such a book, but you only have to consider these kinds of situations in concreto, as he puts it, in concrete terms, to see the outrageous metaphysical absurdity of such a thing.
And another example is Hilbert's hotel.
Right, this would be the brainchild of the brilliant.
I think that's a really snaky response, Kurt. Did you hear that?
Yeah,
I think about it in terms of metaphysical possibility. Metaphysical possibility is the snakiest type of possibility.
Again, metaphysical possibility is determined entirely by the intuition of the speaker.
Yeah, it is not well defined. There's like a million different ways that people use that. It is not well defined. There's nomological possibility, which is like within the laws of physics, quantum physics, that type of thing. And then there's logical possibility, which is possible within the laws of logic. Metaphysical possibility is like this giant gray area that, depending on one's presupposition, they're going to claim that falls into metaphysical possibility. So wherever their presuppositions are, and in tandem with their understanding of the world and philosophy, is where that's going to be. So that's just going to be a massive, massive range. And it's very, very poorly defined.
So do you think he doesn't think he can defend his arguments from physical, and therefore he says metaphysical instead, because his stuff would be better from physical?
It's just a snaky term that sounds like they're saying something meaningful, but in reality it's just a dodge. If they were going to explain how it wasn't metaphysically possible, they would explain how it's not metaphysically possible. He'd be like, this is why in our worldview this doesn't work. Instead, he's just saying that within our worldview this doesn't work. Does that make sense?
I think so, yeah.
He's saying within our worldview this doesn't work. He's not actually providing an objection to the problem.
Right.
And so he's saying when you take on the metaphysical baggage of our worldview, this is a contradiction. But he's not actually providing a contradiction. He's presupposing his position is correct and then saying there's a contradiction. It's not the same thing.
German mathematician David Hilbert, where he imagines a hotel with an actual infinite number of rooms that is completely full. Every room is occupied, and yet it can always accommodate infinitely more guests simply by moving the guests around inside the hotel. So Hilbert said that the realm of infinite set theory, which he thought was a brilliant creation of Cantor's genius, was simply a realm of the mathematician's imagination and thought, not something that exists in the real world.
Alex, do those sort of absurd scenarios for you show the impossibility of an actual infinite number of things?
So they don't. I'm not persuaded by these examples. So if we just look at Hilbert's hotel for a moment, I do agree, of course, that Hilbert's hotel is strange, right? The behavior of it is strange. For instance, it could be that every room has a guest in it. There are no empty rooms, and yet merely by shuffling guests around, the hotel can accommodate any number of new guests, even an infinite number of new guests. Kind of strange, not what normal hotels are like. But it's not quite clear to me that that's enough to say that it couldn't exist. It's Alexander Proust has this, I guess although he's a defender of versions of the Kalam, also has this kind of fun quip about this, complaining about this, saying that the strange and the impossible are not the same, as witnessed by the platypus, which is obviously strange but not impossible, right? But the point is supposed to be something like, I could agree that it's strange, and I mean, maybe I'll agree to use the word absurd, but it's not quite clear to me that absurd means impossible. Maybe there is something that's absurd. There's absurdist theatre. I find all sorts of things absurd, like traffic and people that I bump into on the street. That doesn't mean that they're impossible. I'm using the word differently to you, but I'm not sure how it's a litmus test for impossibility to say that it's absurd. If there was an infinite hotel, that's what it would be like. You'd be able to shuffle guests around. I mean, what's the problem?
Yeah, now that's not in dispute.
I think that's a very fair response, and that's one of the biggest or the most effective responses I've heard. At least he's about to respond to it, but I think Kurt, I think you agree with that position too. I think you mentioned that the other day, right? Yeah, I think you brought that up the other day.
There's no problem at all with anything that's being made here as being either logically or metaphysically or even conceptually hard to imagine. And of course, again, if we're going to talk about what's real is that if Hilbert's hell really existed, it would be populated entirely by corpses. No one would ever get to their room.
Yeah, because they have to keep moving. Okay.
And Frosty with a massive super chat. Thank you very much, sir. He says, what do you guys think about being preceding matter? In some sense, the actuality of existence may have to exist in order for the beholden thing to be seen. If the matter exists infinitely, it does as intelligently designed.
This is just a perfect example again of somebody who is just enamored with words and thinks they must be real because they're so cool.
I think he's saying existence preceding matter. Yeah, existence precedes matter.
I don't know what that means. I don't even know
Well,
what's being said.
you mean the
Existence comes
substrate,
before
right?
matter. Yeah.
Existence of what?
The
substrate.
Stuff. Whatever the stuff is.
Well, but the stuff may not be baryonic matter, but it's still stuff, which is
No, but it's not matter technically.
It's going to be energy. Yeah, right. It's going to be energy.
He said,
if he's talking about baryonic matter, then yeah, that's just trivially true.
Yeah, I think he is.
Well, then of course it's true.
I agree with the scientific consensus on that, Frosty. That's a great point. Frosty's very bright. I like him.
If there were an infinite hotel, this is what it would be like. Right, we agree on that. But that's not enough to show that this hotel is something that's metaphysically impossible. And I think the point has to come at which the agglomeration of these sorts of crazy situations just becomes intolerable or backbreaking. Now, for me, it comes very quickly, as I explained right at the beginning of the podcast today. If I imagine an infinite library.
I just reread that and realized I skipped something. He says if the matter exists infinitely, it does as intelligently designed. Yeah, but as we said in there, it doesn't exist infinitely. That there was something prior. And also, even if it existed infinitely, there wouldn't be an entailment to that.
I'm getting to the point where until you can tell me what the divine psychology is, you can't establish anything is intelligently designed. That's not like you have a known designer and you know the purpose that they designed it for.
I would say Christians assert divine psychology is at least goodness and the qualities described in the Bible.
And what's your mechanism for knowing divine psychology?
The Bible.
Right. So it's trash.
Come on. No,
I mean, it's trash. We know all about the Bible. We know how it was written. We know what kind of people wrote it, and we know what they were trying to do. And they just had no insight into any fundamental nature of the universe. That's like unbelievably basic.
Okay, but Kurt, I am a vitalist. What is it called?
I don't have any idea what you are, and I doubt you know.
It was the thing that you were saying the other day, where if you care about like things mattering, stuff we do, and morals.
You imagine
and stuff.
yourself to be a character in a like eternal cosmic battle between good and evil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of us.
That's just saying you're a Christian.
Yeah, all of us. Yeah.
Right. That's all imaginary. Like that's just like people wanting to be main character.
No, I don't think I'm a main character. No.
Sure you do. I'm sure you want to be a saint, just like Joe Schmid.
No, I'm not a Catholic. I don't know. Anyway.
I mean, Heartbreak Hotel is also only conceptual, but nobody says Elvis didn't exist.
Good point. Great point.
All right, let's get back into this. It seems like a natural push back into the video.
Of books, with an infinite number of books on the shelves. And the books are only two colors, red and black. And they alternate, red and black, red and black, red and black, red and black. I can see how someone could say, well, there are just as many red books as there are black books. They're both infinite. But how could it be the case that there are as many red books as there are all of the red books plus all of the black books? It just seems crazy to me. And yet, as you say, that's how it would be if there were an infinite library. And so you have these situations like this that, for me, just become intolerable. And I just hope that my reader or listener will find himself coming to that point as well.
Yeah, but then it just sounds like an appeal to intuition.
He's saying it sounds like an appeal to intuition right now, which I agree with. But
exactly is.
I feel like these are misapplications of what people mean by infinite in the context of reality. They aren't saying infinite matter. He's talking about infinite matter. What people say about infinite, they say the stuff exists infinitely or is eternal or something like that.
Well, time would be different.
He's misunderstanding what people are saying, or I don't think he's intentionally misrepresenting, but he's definitely misrepresenting it. And Frosty with a super chat, he says, Kurt, stop bad-mouthing me. I'm just giving my 2 cents or $10. Thank you so much for the super chat, Frosty. Greatly appreciated. Wonderful
Frosty,
point.
It's hard to have you when you're not coming up on the panel and talking. It's much easier when I can actually talk to you. Sorry about that.
And then Hayden with a super chat as well. Thank you very much as well, Hayden. Hayden says, but I don't want to be a main character. Great
That's
point,
funny.
Hayden, as well. Thank you very much, sir.
That's funny.
But yeah, I just think that this is not analogous to the type of infinite that could actually exist, because nobody is suggesting that there's infinite matter or energy. Nobody.
I also just think there's certain rules of discourse where like you just can't do one thing with another thing, right? Imaginary numbers, there are just certain things you can't do with them. 0, you can't use it to divide anything by. And infinities, you may just like conceptually not be able to use them in certain ways that are going to try to use someone's intuition about them to convince them of something, because people probably don't even have a good intuitive concept of 0, much less infinity.
Right.
Okay, and guys, I would say this is all an argument that there cannot be an infinite time past, because infinity only exists conceptually in mathematics for us and cannot exist in our physical space-time.
Yeah, we're saying that infinity doesn't exist in that way. We're saying that if infinite is real, it's going to exist maybe on the time continuum, not matter, but probably like, I don't even know if that's possible. They're saying that there's going to be a big rip or CCC or something, right?
All right, let's think about it. Hilbert's Hotel, but it takes
I don't
five.
I don't think it applies to what we're dealing with, and I don't.
No, wait.
It's applicable.
But it takes each guest 5 minutes to change rooms.
I just don't think it's applicable. At no point in time are we ever dealing with infinite energy.
Right, that's the impossibility of it existing on our space-time, which is my whole
what I'm
argument
saying,
against
Zil,
infinite
is that
time
there does not appear to be infinite energy, Zil. There appears to be a finite amount of it.
That's why I'm saying that there cannot
Finite
be
does not
infinite
equal
time
created.
past.
Those are two different terms, Zil.
But
Right.
it means there's a beginning. It means there's a beginning. And
yeah, exactly.
Well, it just means it's a limited set, but sets are
Exactly.
constructed by minds. They're not
Zil,
like part of the universe.
I say every day that there's a beginning. What don't you understand?
Well, I forget that you say that, Taco. So you agree with premise 2 on Kalam. You agree with premise 2 on that the universe had a beginning.
No, it's phrased poorly. It would be the current state of the universe began to exist. But it wouldn't even be began to exist. It would be the current state of the universe. So no, I wouldn't agree with it. I would agree with the current state of the universe arose from pre-existing stuff. My argument is
has an origin
100% of observed. This argument is called the Malak, or the reverse Kalam. 100% of observed things arose from pre-existing stuff. And then the conclusion, therefore, stuff arises from pre-existing stuff.
And then that just, asserts a necessary being, and we already know where we stand on that.
Yeah, mine falsifies your position.
No, it doesn't. Because I believe in the value of our actions. I believe there's more to life for us, and our actions, I believe they matter, and I believe we have a purpose. And I
know you believe
open to, I'm not really convinced by other discussions on that so far. So that's where I base that on, anyways.
Intuition, right?
Yes, it is.
But then what if your reader doesn't share the intuition?
Well, then he needs to reform his intuition.
Well, why should they? Why don't you reform your intuition? I mean, if you study the mathematics and understand the concepts, and this is what the hotel would be like, you should update your intuitions to now fit in line. It seems to me what you're doing is a kind of metaphysical parochialism, like where you take the customs from where you live on holiday with you and get annoyed when people don't do it your way, right? I mean, Paul Dirac apparently was like this. When he'd go to the opera, he would, instead of hanging...
Just gotta say, burn! That is a burn if I've ever heard one.
Yeah, very well done.
His hat up, as they do in Denmark on the way in. He'd keep his hat on his lap, and it caused big offence by people. He was being parochial by taking his mannerisms and his behaviours with him instead of adopting the manners and behaviorisms that were appropriate to the setting that he was in. And I feel like complaining that Hilbert's hotel isn't like a finite hotel, holding on. So basically there are two intuitions that are pulling in opposite directions, right? One of them is that if you can line up the elements of two sets one to one, then that shows you that they have the same, that they're equinumerous. That's Hume's principle. The other one is that if you take a proper part out of a whole, that must be smaller than the whole, right? The whole must be greater than the proper part. That's sometimes called Euclid's maxim, right?
Yes.
But in the infinite case, as Galileo showed, that it just fails, right? There are just as many even numbers as there are natural numbers. So those two concepts kind of overlap in the infinite case. You can have proper parts that are equinumerous to the whole. And that's just, tough. That's what it's like. You can't just take your intuitions with you and say, well, damn it, this can't exist because of my intuitions. That just feels like very bad practice in metaphysics. And we have to be much more subtle than that. That's too rigid. And like I say, parochial, it seems to me.
I don't think that's fair at all. These arguments against the actual infinite are centuries old, more than a millennium, and include some of the greatest mathematicians like Gauss, for example, who refused to admit anything other than the potential infinite, or David Hilbert. You can't say that David Hilbert needed to reform his metaphysical intuitions in light of his mathematical knowledge. You yourself, Alex, in your own work, often appeal to metaphysical intuitions. For example, your material causation principle, that everything that begins to exist has a material cause, or your existence.
How is that appealing to intuition? The only thing we have is physical. I mean, I guess he'd have to say like physical to be more accurate. If you're talking about, he might be using material interchangeably with physical. He probably is, but regardless, I don't know how you could reject that. That's a good intuition pump. That's all we have,
Yeah.
In fact, it's not even an intuition. He just needs to make an inductive argument. That's not an intuition pump. That's induction.
I just think that the whole Kalam lives and falls on causal realism, and it's never been demonstrated. It still drives me nuts. So I don't know what sense Alex Malpass is saying all things that begin to exist have a material cause, but I would imagine it's much more refined and like much less demonstrative than what Craig is trying to imply here, because he already previously said that he doesn't necessarily see that Hume's been disproven.
Gotcha.
Distance exclusion principle, that if something already exists in a space, then something cannot come into being in addition to that. Or your principle that if each event in a series can be counted, then all the events can be counted. All of these are based on metaphysical intuitions. And so I'm happy to look at situations like Hilbert's Hotel, Bernadette's book, and many others, and share them and hope that the reader will say, yeah, this doesn't look like reality can really be like that. And then that will enable us to affirm both Euclid's maxim, that the whole is greater than the part, and the correspondence principle of one-to-one correlation determining equinumerosity, because we only admit finite collections. So why not give up of this inconsistent triad, give up the most controversial one, that an actual infinite number of things can exist, and stick with Euclid and Hume on the other two?
Well, there's, so just before I forget it, the point about me appealing to intuition such as the exclusion principle, which is interesting that you're picking up on.
Can we pause it for a second?
It strikes me that the dialectic is different.
Absolutely.
Because I just want to bring up that, like, when Humer had the debate the other night, like, obviously Craig believes that an infinite number of things can have an actual existence, because he believes that God knows all things and there's an infinite number of things to know.
Right, because of infinite information density, right?
Yep, and if there's an infinite future, then there's an actual infinite of known things that exists in God on Craig's ontology.
I think I see what's going on, and it's really subtle. I think what a lot of people that get into this are doing is they're taking, because he's doing Euclid's maxim, the parts are different than the whole.
Parts are less than the whole, which again assumes like ontological realism to parts and wholes.
But they're also saying like the laws of logic are real in reality. I think what they're doing is they're combining logic and philosophy, like the philosophy of logic with general philosophy incorrectly, and then building from there. To me, this just seems like you can't do this. This seems like this is not correct reasoning. I don't know how better to explain it. Hopefully that made sense.
Right, but I still, like Zill, I'd like to hear your response to God not having an actual infinite.
Well, I believe God is spirit and exists in a different state than we do. So I believe he can contain infinite.
It doesn't matter. You think he exists.
That point is more poignant than you think it is. So if there was infinite information, so if actual infinite was possible and God was real and there was infinite information density, let's just say that the infinite information density is all the energy, there would be infinite energy, but we don't have that. So that says like that the infinite God can't exist in this world. I'd say that you couldn't get around that.
Yeah, it would mean the incarnation could not have included an infinite knowledge being who walked around Galilee.
Well, that's assuming that the actual nature in the duality of Jesus's nature on earth. You know, Christians believe he's fully God and fully man. So Christians would just say that.
What we just showed.
I think in this specific case, what would I say?
You can repair it as a Nestorian. You can repair it as a modalist. You can repair it as a Sabellian, but they're all heresies.
Well, what if the totality of the infinity of knowledge remains with the Father on the throne?
Yeah, that's Nestorianism.
Historianism?
Mm-hmm.
That would be where God the Father has more knowledge than Jesus, you mean?
No, that means that the divine nature is not equivalent to Jesus.
Oh yeah, I would reject that. I reject that.
You're not an historian, which means you believe that not only does an actual infinite exist in like your magic space, but it existed in the physical mind of a human being.
Wait.
Immaterial.
Not physical.
Yeah, Jesus
What
was
if it
physical. That's
existed
why
in
he
the
could eat fish.
spiritual mind of Jesus, though? In my magic world.
No, his human nature
Yes.
and his divine nature were fully fused. That's Chalcedon, Zil. You're separating them. You're still being Nestorian.
But Christians believe that even us as humans are both physical and have a spiritual component to even us too, right?
No, that's not demonstrated.
Well, you know, Christians believe that.
I don't think Christians all believe that. There are definitely physicalist
that we have
Christians.
souls, though?
There are definitely physicalist Christians who don't hold to an immaterial soul. That is correct.
Okay. I would say many.
Your position is that
Christians.
your particular idiolect of Christianity always has to be the correct one, which is the position of all Christians.
I'm in search of the truth, right?
No, Christians aren't in search of the truth. They have an affinity fixation for a cosmic battle between good and evil in which they are a character. And they love it so much, they will make the kind of mental gymnastics that you do on this show every night to avoid dealing with the actual state of the fact pattern as it exists.
Well, as I've mentioned earlier, I just, I'm so convinced that we are here for a purpose, and
well, that's not demonstrated.
Things we do matter, and
I mean, things can matter to you and to the people around you without it being part of a cosmic battle between good and evil.
Yeah, it's just the totality of my worldview. I'm very, very convinced of it. So
yeah, you have a strong affinity for that fixation. There are people who have a strong affinity for Marlboros, and it kills them, but that doesn't mean that they're right.
I don't need to be Spider-Man or whatever. I don't need to do that. It's not like that.
I didn't say you needed to be Spider-Man. I said you have a strong affinity for a narrative that you don't want to give up no matter what. And there are people who have a strong affinity for all kinds of things in the world that they ruin their lives for. Happens all the time.
Boy.
Have you ever heard of Jim Jones and the People's Temple?
Yeah, that's where the
so people have an affinity, and they can ruin their lives from a badly assigned affinity.
All right, well, that's where I'm coming from. I'm getting pretty tired, gentlemen. I can't even really talk right now. I'm getting pretty tired, gentlemen. I think.
Yeah, I'm getting near my speed too, but love to have a different theist come up here.
Cool, Kurt. Yeah, nice talking to you too.
No, it's just your positions have been like pretty much gone through, right? Like nothing's touched my position.
Well, I think tonight we discussed, this is my jam, like this topic, like did the universe begin to exist? And I think
here we all
are
not convinced by your position all night.
All right, well.
You're not convinced by ours either, right? But what we have is like reasons for like not having that affinity, and what you have is that affinity and those intuitions.
Well, we have physical impossibilities of these thought experiments, which are physical contradictions.
There's no physical problem with an actual infinite.
Really?
Correct. You can travel a circle infinitely. You know that.
I don't know, man. You have to establish how the circle got there or something. You gotta do something like that.
The circle can just be the shape in which you are traveling. It doesn't have to be like a track.
I mean, it takes a lot of faith to believe that's what we're in. So
it takes a lot of faith to think that a creature could travel in a circle. A lot of faith. I've never seen anybody walk in a circle. I can't imagine that. That is so metaphysically impossible that something could go around in a circle. It's just crazy. It's just nuts.
It's quite an assertion, I would say. With zero evidence.
How are you asserting that roundabouts exist? This is nuts.
Well, in cosmology,
Imagine a
does not
car that
apply.
enters a roundabout and never exits. There you go.
Yeah, well, that doesn't apply to cosmology, dude. Come on.
It doesn't? I don't see
No.
why not.
Well, you've provided no evidence, so an assertion with no evidence can be dismissed with no evidence. Okay?
No, I gave you evidence. I gave you the evidence of cars
Tired,
could enter a
guys.
roundabout and go forever without ever getting out of the roundabout.
And this, it's different to appeal to an intuition when you're doing an undercutting defeater as it is to asserting a metaphysical thesis. It's a slightly different dialectical context, but it's a subtle point. Maybe we should drop that. Just to come back to the idea of how you resolve the inconsistent triad, right? Hume's principle, Euclid's maxim, and the existence of an actual infinite. There are numerous ways to resolve that. One is to just say, well, there couldn't be an actual infinite, of course. The other one is just to, in the infinite context, talk differently, right? Just tell me, is the hotel finite or not? Now I know whether to apply. I can apply both Euclid's maxim and Hume's principle. If the hotel is infinite, I'll just talk differently about it, and I won't contradict myself, and I'll be able to describe what happens. And you're going to say that that's absurd, but I mean, I don't see why I should make a big metaphysical concession when I could just change how I talk. So it sounds to me that that's the sort of way, a sort of prior-like move, is to make sure that we're talking.
He's seeing the same thing I'm seeing, dude. That's what he's trying to point out. That these are like different ways of analyzing different things, and he's applying them all, trying to apply them all to this thing, and they don't work exactly like that. He's saying that his analytical process is incorrect.
I mean, the idea that someone's intuition is like dispositive of a problem in philosophy is not limited to Craig. But I just cannot see how someone can say, this is my intuition, therefore I win, and have that be like an acceptable mode of discourse.
It's really weird, man. And he called him out on it. He called him out right there. He said, you're going to say this is absurd, but...
Yeah.
I like this guy. I like him a lot. He's snarky. I like it.
About things in the right way, rather than making big metaphysical concessions to get out of this problem. So,
well, but surely it is making an enormous metaphysical assertion to say that an actual infinite number of things can exist.
I'm not saying that it can. I'm saying if it could, that's how I would treat it.
Right, but that's not enough, Alex. I agree. If it could, then it would be like Hilbert and Bernardet said. But I think it has an impossible antecedent in that counterfactual. And so it's not enough just to say, well, this is the way infinite hotels would be if they exist. And we agree with that.
But motivating the impossibility of the antecedent can't be because there's no other way of dealing with this triad. Because, well, I can get around. That's not a big deal. I feel very relaxed about that. I would just talk differently in that situation. So then I'm not worried about having to say that it's impossible.
Well, certainly.
He's saying his motivations are incorrect. He's saying you need to think about this better.
Yeah.
And William Lane Craig is saying, no, I'm not gonna think about this better. I know what I'm talking about. And he's like, but you're just totally ignoring all the philosophy on this. What are you doing? Please listen to me. Please. He's like, you're going to say this is absurd, but this is the situation, bro. And then William Lane Craig's like, nope. I'm going all in, man.
Well, and this is the problem with intuitions too, right? You could say I have this intuition, but it's got a defeater for it. You could defeat my intuition. It's just a preliminary sketch, right? And then someone says, well, here's defeater 1, defeater 2, defeater 3, and defeater 4. And then you say, well, no, I think my intuition is stronger than all those defeaters. Like, you can do that infinitely. There's nothing stopping you from holding on to an intuition.
It's just it's not the right way to go about things. And he's telling them that, and he's just like, nope. I love this. I love this. This is, and I get it. I don't know. I feel like William Lane Craig should get this if I get this. You know what I mean?
Well, you can deal with the inconsistent triad by giving up any of the three. I would obviously agree with that. But I'm saying that that's the cheapest solution, is to give up the premise or the principle that there are an actually infinite number of things and hold a finitism. That's an inexpensive solution to the problem.
I disagree, because that's a metaphysical concession, whereas what I'm saying is merely linguistic, and it must be cheaper. Just changing the way you talk is cheaper than committing to something being metaphysically impossible. So I'm open-minded about what's possible and what's not. I'm just going to adopt my language accordingly if something came along.
What's up?
Yes. We have a fixation for words that we're like saying, oh, my word must mean the thing that I think it means, which means I will change the entire structure of the universe rather than change my word. Oh, Malpass, that is so solid.
I know, I like it. He keeps calling him out.
that you're saying is metaphysically impossible. And I think that is more lightweight. So maybe we are going to not be able to resolve this right now, but we disagree about which one of us is making the heavyweight metaphysical move here.
Yes, that's true. I think it's not just a matter of how we talk. But you were going to say something.
So with something like Hilbert's hotel, you talked about changing the language. So if we were to think about this infinite hotel, you might not want to say something like the hotel is full. Because in that sense, when we talk about it being full, it can admit no more rooms, but actually an infinite hotel would be able to admit more rooms. So it's kind of creating a sense of absurdity where it might not be, if we were to conceive it in an infinite way. Is that the kind of thing you're doing?
It's just an equivocation on two different meanings of the word full. That's all it is.
Gotcha. Do you want to describe those both or explain both of those for the audience?
Well, full can mean not able to accept anything else and it will overflow, or full can mean fully occupied. Those are two different senses of the meaning of the word full. And you're moving between those two meanings of the same word to try to create the paradox in the mind of the listener. And for an unsophisticated listener, they'll be like, oh, yeah, it can't be full and not full
they won't catch the equivocation. I was just saying they won't catch the equivocation.
Yeah. And yet we all understand that a full glass doesn't mean full to overflowing.
It's important to stick carefully to the use of language because the hotel is full. In the finite case, full means both every room is occupied and no new guests can be accommodated. Full in the infinite case, those two notions come apart. So what do you mean by full? Do you mean every room is occupied? Great. Doesn't mean I can't accommodate new guests, though, as Hilbert's hotel, the thought experiment evidences. Obviously, it can. So if we're saying full in the sense that you can't accommodate new guests, Hilbert's hotel is never full because it can always accommodate new guests. So as long as I keep those two senses apart and don't get misled into thinking when I say full, I mean full in a kind of exactly the same sense as what I'm talking about, or if I'm careful to distinguish the two when we're in the infinite case, we won't be tripped up into thinking there's something weird is happening. I mean, it's weird, but I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's still weird that every room can be occupied, and yet you funnel in infinitely more people without doubling up any guests anywhere or adding any more rooms to the hotel. This is really strange. And if I might add, as you know, I think Hilbert only considered positive arithmetic operations on the hotel, addition or multiplication. But in infinite set theory, the inverse operations of subtraction and division are prohibited because they lead to logical contradictions. And so it occurred to me, well, what happens when people start checking out of Hilbert's hotel? If all of the odd-numbered guests check out, then an infinite number of people have left the hotel. And so infinity minus infinity is infinity. But if all the guests in rooms 4, 5, 6,
he's trying to, I think he's going to point it out, but I feel like he's trying to remove a set from a set. I don't know if you can do that.
Well, I'm not a mathematician, and I'm not going to claim to be.
Oh yeah, all right. Yeah.
It does. I mean, I agree with Malpass's position that like the word "full" just has a couple of different senses, and they're being moved between. And then what Craig wants to say is, yes, I know they're different senses, but let's pretend they're the same.
Yeah, I don't know why he kept all of his responses are just getting all of Malpass's responses are getting just brushed off his shoulder like they were with Alex O'Connor.
I agree.
6, and so on leave the hotel, then an infinite number of people have left the hotel, but 3 still remain. So infinity minus infinity is 3. And you can get any number from 0 to infinity as a result of these inverse operations. And yet in each case, exactly the same number of people left the hotel as in the previous examples. And boy, to me, Alex, this may not be a knockdown argument, but I find it persuasive.
Well, I think that this is, in a sense, it's exactly the same thing. There's no
in a sense, it's exactly the same thing. I love that.
Yep. It's just another way to use words to confuse unsophisticated people to make them think you said something profound.
I love that.
You in the subtraction is the addition because we're still messing about with Hume's principle and Euclid's maxim. I think the way that it sounds worse is because you're saying infinity minus infinity is 3, infinity minus infinity is infinity, whatever, and then it looks like you've got 2 lines of arithmetic that give you different non-unique solutions to it, right? And that's why it's not an operator in a standard Cantorian transfinite arithmetic, right? There's no subtraction operation there. And I guess this does get kind of technical, but the way to think about it is that if it's not normal arithmetic, right? Infinity minus infinity equals 3 is not a statement in normal arithmetic because infinity isn't a value that normal arithmetic can take, and it's not a statement in the standard Cantorian transfinite because then there's no subtraction.
Because what?
Because subtraction isn't a mathematical operation in that system.
Well, they won't. It's unpermitted because
it doesn't have any
the
values.
answers are undefined. You get contradictions.
But the point is that what you're doing.
In other words, I'm doing the equivalent of dividing by 0 and confusing people with a math equation that then tries to show that 5 equals 4 by hiding the fact that I'm dividing by 0. Like you just admitted it's not a legal operation. Well, then stop talking about it.
Right. And he's kind of saying that, like, you got to get off of that, man. It's weird that when he gets called out on this stuff, William Lane Craig just doubles down on everything. He's like, no, I'm right. I promise you I'm right, is what it feels like.
Yeah, that sounds like an infinity fixation to me.
I feel like they're all trying to talk sense into him. Like, all these conversations just look like people trying to talk sense into him. And he's like, no, 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 no. He can't even admit they have a good point on anything. He's like, nope, I'm 100% correct on everything. Even gravity or general relativity in A theory, right? He's just like, I'm 100% correct about everything.
I mean, it doesn't even make physical sense that you can be on A theory and expect relativity, but he seems to claim that he does.
Any formal system that actually, what you're using the word subtraction, but I can't put that in a formal context. There is no formal context in which infinity minus infinity equals 3 is actually, maybe there are various different versions of transfinite arithmetic. I think Conway's got one which does have subtraction, but putting that to one side seems to me the easiest way. If you want a formal theory in which to describe those guests leaving Hilbert's hotel, you just need to appeal to the notion of the relative complement in set theory. So we can just say, the relative complement of A and B is just going to be, we could say the relative complement of the even numbered guests in Hilbert's hotel is the odd numbered guests, right? So if what you're saying is the subtraction of the even numbered guests, I'm just going to write that out as a relative complement, and it'll tell me which guests are left, as in all of the even numbered ones. Now, the relative complement of all of the guests in rooms numbered 3 and above in Hilbert's hotel is all guests in rooms 1, 2, and 3. So now I know, I plug that in, I get out the right answer. There's no contradiction. It looks like an inconsistency or something because you're using a kind of pseudo-mathematical statement that doesn't belong anywhere in the kind of roster of mathematical theories. And I just think that's a kind of misleading way of describing it.
The set theoretic formulation that you just gave is actually an attempt to conceal the contradiction.
He just directly pointed out that he's being misleading with his wording, and he's like, nope, I'm going back into it. Like, the whole point of that was that William Lane Craig is being misleading, and then William Lane Craig goes back into apologetics mode.
Do you notice he can't straighten the fourth and fifth fingers of either hand?
No, but that's probably not a good thing.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for him now that I've noticed it, especially his left hand is really.
If he was reading a lot, could that be from arthritis from reading a lot?
No, my guess is it's a tendon issue in the hand. It's usually genetic.
Not a medical diagnosis, even though. But anyways, we were just hypothesizing what that could be.
It just really looks uncomfortable. I do feel bad for him. I hope he sees a hand surgeon or something.
Let's get back into this.
Which is an arithmetic contradiction. It's an arithmetic operation that leads to contradictory results precisely because of the difference in removing different subsets out of the original set. So the point that I think remains is that using a normal definitions of subtraction and remainder and so forth, you get contradictory results with this transfinite arithmetic if you try to do these inverse operations. And you're quite right. The mathematician will simply say, well, that's prohibited. You can't do that. But as I say, you can't stop people from checking out of a hotel. And so what you do is you subtract, in the normal sense of that word, identical quantities.
Did you just hear that?
Yeah, but
a mathematician says that's an illegal operation. And then Craig says, yeah, but people don't care about whether it's mathematically illegal when they're checking out of a hotel. Like somehow this hotel is like in Vegas somewhere.
No, this is what I was saying. He is taking rules from different systems and different philosophy and stuff and applying them incorrectly to things. It occurred to me, that's what I said earlier. It occurred to me that
absolutely.
I think this is what's going on, and Malpass is trying to make this super clear, right? And so I think that's what Malpass is trying to do, just show people this is what's going on,
It's just bad. It's bad.
So I think maybe the issue is that the term subtraction is a mathematical term. It's not a term in natural language. If you want to use the word subtraction in natural language,
it's an arithmetic term.
Well, but arithmetic is to do with natural numbers.
And he's just reaffirming this right now, that this is an illegal move that he's doing, which is a good point.
So there can't be infinity, minus something, because infinity is not part of arithmetic. It could be transfinite arithmetic, then it doesn't have subtraction. So I'm not seeing an actual.
You can't have inverse operations in transfinite arithmetic so long as you don't try to subtract infinite quantities from infinite quantities. For example, aleph null, the least transfinite number, aleph null minus 3 is aleph null.
Okay.
So that's not a problem. That is a clear remainder that is correct. But the problem is when you try to subtract aleph null from aleph null, then the answer becomes undefined.
But I just mean that the system, the Cantorian system, has a notion, has its rules and its behaviors, and you just can't make the statements that you wanted to make there. So that isn't a statement that belongs in that Cantorian system. It's a statement that belongs in no formal system. And that's why I mean it's pseudo-mathematical. You're not really using, you say you're using subtraction in the normal sense, you're using it in a kind of orphaned sense, where it doesn't have a home in a mathematical theory, where we could really understand what it is you're saying. And that's why I was trying to say, there is, the best way to put it.
All right. So what he's saying here is that the way that you're doing this is breaking the rules because you're pulling something from a system out of the system and trying to use it elsewhere in ways that it's not supposed to be used, and this does not work like this. And then once again, William Lane Craig is doing exactly what Kurt was saying. He's going back into it and just saying, yeah, but there's this other thing, right? I think it's interesting. I think this is very interesting. And Golden Arm, I'd love to have you up here if you want to come up here, man.
Into a mathematical theory or formal theory is in set theory, and then if we do that, there's no problem. So I just think that this is, it looks like it's more problematic, but it sounds to me like it's just more kind of confusing. That's why it sounds more problematic, and the mathematicals are not worried about this. My set theory friends do not worry about this whatsoever.
2 glasses minus 1 glass leaves.
Right. So that was a strong point. He's saying if you look at it in like the right system, then it'll work correctly, right? But because you're pulling it out of the system and applying it to things it's not meant to be applied to, of course it's not going to work correctly, right? This is what's creating your issue. You just need to think about this correctly. And then now he's going into another example, which is very, very, very interesting.
1 glass. There's nothing difficult about that sort of subtraction of concrete objects. That's a mathematic or an arithmetic operation that can be done. And if there were an infinite number of glasses on the table, per impossibile, then we would get contradictory results. But I think we can leave it there. Allow our listeners to make up their own minds.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and I do want to look at this second philosophical argument.
I think we leave it there to allow our listeners to make up our own minds. Alex Malpass just annihilated his position by pointing out that this entire debate he's using and with all of his argument, at least with Hilbert's Hotel, he's using all sorts of words incorrectly, right? He's talking about stuff in the wrong way. He's basically equivocating, right? He's using one sense of a word, but means another sense of a word. And so Alex Malpass says this is confusing, right? Because not only is he confusing himself, he's confusing the listener, right?
You make also for the beginning of the universe. We've looked at your first philosophical reason for that second premise, the universe began to exist, which was about the impossibility of an actual infinite. But you've got a second reason, which is about the impossibility of forming an actual infinite through successive addition. So I wondered what your thoughts were on that, Alex.
Did we want to let Bill run the argument first before I respond to it, or did you already introduce it before? I can't remember.
Well, I could simply say that an actually infinite collection of things, if it were created by God, he'd have to create it all at once. It would be ex nihilo, boom, an infinite library come into being. But even God couldn't create it by simply adding one book at a time, because I think it's impossible for an actual infinite to be formed by successive addition.
This is just back to the issue at hand, right? So there is no actual infinite amount of stuff, right? They're hypothesizing an infinite amount of stuff. This is the wrong type of infinite. An infinite amount of stuff is not the same as an infinite amount of time. This is not I cannot speak. This is not an analog. I don't know why he keeps going back to this, but it's not analogous. There's no way to make this move. It's like he's just ignoring everything that has been said to him. He spoke with Alex O'Connor. He's speaking with Alex Malpass, and they're making very good points. And then he's just responding with whatever he thinks a good response is going to be on the spot. But he's making good points here to him, or Malpass is making good points to him here about it. He's like, you're being confusing. This is the problem here.
In that way. And this would be the case whether one begins at a point and tries to reach infinity by successive addition, or one never begins but counts down from infinity to ending at the present. Either one of these seems to be an impossible task for forming an actually infinite collection of things.
Great. Okay, wonderful. So with this argument, I like to divide it into two types. So first of all, we get what I call an indirect argument, and then the second will be a direct argument. So what I mean by that distinction is, in an indirect argument, we start with the observation that if one was to begin counting now, counting up through the natural numbers, then that person will never finish that task. They will always be counting. They'll never have got to the end of that count because the natural number is endless. There's no final natural number, and you can't get to the end of the endless, right? And then the reason this is an indirect argument is because you start with that observation, so you can't count to infinity, and then the thought is, well, therefore you can't count from infinity. You're establishing the impossibility of count up, and then sort of using, maybe appealing to something like a mirror principle, some kind of symmetry or something, saying these are basically the same, but the other way around. So if one is impossible, the other must be impossible. For instance, Jacobus Erasmus has this idea of, imagine there'd been somebody videotaping themselves for past eternity, and at one point they decided.
Oh, so I think he's saying that if one of the different types of infinity is impossible, the other is going to be impossible. This is a little bit of a higher level point. Maybe I'm not getting that perfectly right. I do predict, though, that William Lane Craig is not going to tell him he's making a good point. I think William Lane Craig is probably going to ignore this again, right, and go back into his preaching, right? I hope I paraphrase that correctly. My apologies if I didn't.
To stop videotaping it and press play and watch all of the tape of his entire past. And he wouldn't be able to watch all of the tape because there'd be no end to it. And he says, and because they're the same, that would mean he couldn't have lived through all of those events either. He's explicitly appealing to the symmetry between the two things, right? But importantly, he's establishing the clear sort of intuitive impossibility of completing the forwards count in order to get you to think that the backwards count from infinity is impossible. But I think that all of those arguments there's a logical gap between the two, right? The difference, there's an asymmetry between counting up, right? Which is...
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood that. So what he was saying was that it's not the same counting up versus counting down. So one isn't necessarily going to be like the other. He was saying that other people were arguing was that if you can't count up to infinite, you can't count down to infinite, or if you can't go through infinite forward, you can't go through infinite backward or whatever, right? But what he's saying now is that is not the same thing, and so if you can do one, that doesn't mean you can't necessarily do the other, and vice versa, right? So he's saying just because you can't necessarily go forward infinite, it doesn't mean you can't go back infinite, right? Something like that.
I can't get to the end of the endless. With the count down, I can get to the end of the beginningless, right? Because the beginningless thing has an end, like let's say today, if I'm counting down. So it's not that I can't get to the end, right? Because it does have an end. I can get to the end in a sense. So the problem with the count up is I can't get to the end of the endless, but clearly that doesn't apply to a beginningless thing that has an end. I can get to the end of the beginningless. So there's the symmetry principle there. It doesn't really work. There's a kind of logical gap between the two. So I don't like the indirect arguments where you try and argue you can't count up to infinity, therefore you can't count down from infinity. Like I'll say, let's just suppose you can't count to infinity.
Yes.
Still, I don't think that you've established that I couldn't have counted down from infinity. So a man who's ending his 3, 2, 1, few, I've just finished counting down through all of the numbers. Yeah. What's wrong with that scenario on its own, right? Without appealing to the impossibility of counting up.
Well, remember, the goal is to try to form an actually infinite collection of things by successive addition. Yep. If you allow that there is a sort of surd initial segment that is actually infinite, then clearly he could come to the end by counting down from that point to the present. But if there was never a beginning, if the entire series was formed throughout by successive addition, it seems very difficult for me to even conceive of how such a task could be completed. Before he could arrive at any number in the infinite past, he would already have to have counted an infinite number of prior numbers. And so he just gets pushed back and back and back and back into the past. And it's hard to see how he could count any number, because before he could reach it, he'd already have to have counted an infinite number of numbers. Now, if that isn't enough to motivate your intuitions, it is mine.
I think one example with that problem is that if you're counting down or up infinite and you have infinite time, you'll eventually realize every number. I mean, you might not do infinite, but like any specific number, you'll eventually realize, right? And he's trying to say if you target a number, you'll never reach it. But as long as you don't target the infinite, I think you'd technically be able to reach the number. So I don't see what the issue is there. I think that's just either a misunderstanding or a misstatement there. But I think that's incorrect what he just said.
I add the additional point that I think is a really good question. If he could count down from infinity, why did he finish only today? Mm-hmm. Why didn't he finish yesterday or the day before that? By then, he'd had an actually infinite number of prior moments to finish his countdown. So if he could finish by today, he should have finished by any point in the infinite past. But in that case, at no point in the infinite past could we find the man counting down, which is contradictory to the hypothesis that he's been counting down from infinity. So that seems to me to augment the counterintuitive nature of this sort of task of counting down from infinity. And I would notice that this sort of countdown or descending infinite, as opposed to an ascending infinite, is prohibited in Zermelo-Fraenkel set theory by the axiom of foundation, which requires that sets be well-founded. It prohibits this kind of infinitely descending set, such as we're envisioning here, because it's not constructible. to construct that kind of set, you got to begin in the present and then count backwards and turn it into an ascending series. But of course, that's not the way events happen in time. They happen forward, not backwards.
Well, so a moment ago, I was complaining that your arithmetical sentence didn't belong in any.
I'm interested to see how he responds here, but I just feel like he's kind of listening to what he's saying and like trying to include some of his response to what he's saying, or in what he's saying. I'm sorry, let me clarify. I feel like Craig is trying to include some of what Malpass is saying in his response to try, and then just responding back with what he thinks is going to be a good answer.
The mathematical system, and you tell me, well, it's just a normal version of subtraction. I'm not worried about the lack of formal system for it to belong to. But now you want me to go along with what ZFC says and be, guided by that. It seems like it's a double standard there. But listen, I think if we're
did you hear that? There's a double standard there. He's calling him out on the double standard. That's like point number 4. We've got on the left, we've got William Lane Craig with -2 points. On the right, we've got Alex Malpass with like 7 points. This is a close game, but Alex Malpass is coming ahead. He's pointing out his logical fallacies, errors in reasoning, and so on that he's making. All right, let's get back into this. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that.
You gave 2 arguments, and on my YouTube channel, I've done a real super deep dive into the first one of those. So if people want to...
That's Thoughtology.
Sure, yeah, that's the name of my YouTube channel. So I spent like 2 hours going over just the first one of these. So at least I distinguish these to be 2 different arguments. The first one was, if the counter has completed an infinite count, has been counting for an infinite amount of time, right, been counting down forever, then yesterday he'd already been counting for an infinite amount of time. And then you say, well, he's had enough time to have finished by yesterday, so he should have already finished by yesterday, because a sufficient amount of time had passed by yesterday for him to have finished. And you say explicitly at one point in the paper with Sinclair, I believe, that it's a sufficient condition has like obtained, and that means that he should have already finished. And it doesn't sound right to me. I think that what we mean by sufficient condition is something like expressed by a material conditional, right? You say if P then Q, right? Then a sufficient condition is P is a sufficient condition of Q, right? But to say that an infinite amount of time has passed, therefore, if an infinite amount of time has passed, then the man has finished his count. That's what it would mean to say that an infinite amount of time passing is a sufficient condition for him completing his task. That's wrong. That's the wrong way around. If the man has finished completing an infinite countdown, then an infinite amount of time has passed is the right way around. The infinite amount of time passing is a necessary condition for him completing his task.
He's saying you're looking at this wrong, dude. Every response he's saying to William Lane Craig is that your reasoning is incorrect or you're confused. Oh, this is spectacular. Literally every single response he's giving. Okay, maybe that's an overstatement, but most of the responses that he's given him are, you're confused, you don't know what you're talking, maybe not in that exact word, but you don't know what you're talking about on this topic. You're using something the way it can't be used. Oh man, I got the hiccups. I don't know. It's just a lot, right?
It's not a sufficient condition. Completing a task is a sufficient condition of there being an infinite amount of time. So I believe you've got the material conditional the wrong way around there. Him having an infinite amount of time prior to today just means he could have finished it by yesterday. It doesn't mean he should have done or he would have done. He could have completed it yesterday, but it doesn't mean he had to. So it could just have been that yesterday he was counting only as far as 2, and he counts one number every day. I don't see that there's anything wrong with that. I'm not compelled to say that he, in fact, had completed his countdown by yesterday just because enough time had passed. So I think there's a sort of, that's where I diagnosed the issue with that first argument. And the second one was, I'm not going to go through the second one. The second one was the appeal to why would he have done. You see, and that's the principle of sufficient reason being violated, and I distinguish those 2 arguments. Does that seem right to you, to distinguish them both that way?
Well, I wasn't distinguishing them,
okay,
but simply unfolding it, that if you say that having an infinite amount of past time is not a sufficient condition for finishing your countdown,
yes,
then that leaves it inexplicable why the man finishes his countdown today rather than yesterday or tomorrow. And it seems to me that we should have some sort of a reason why he's finishing now.
Okay, so I think that's just a different argument. So now it's like saying, because he could have finished at any time, right? How come he finished it today rather than yesterday? After all, the amount of counting events.
This is so spectacular. Not everyone, obviously, but almost all the responses here are just, you're looking at this wrong. And this is one of those. He's just saying, you are looking at this wrong. You need to listen to me. This is how you should be looking at this if you want to really work through this. And William Lane Craig isn't having it. I think this is another 2 points for Alex. What did I say? He was at 7. This is like 9 points now for Alex to the -2. Because I pointed out 2 fallacies for sure, not accounting for what he said. So I took away 2 points. Because there was equivocation and there was something else. Forget what the other one was. But anyways, let's get back into this.
That had transpired by yesterday is the same as it is today, according to Hume's principle. So why not say that he'd finished yesterday rather than today? Okay, cool. So now we're talking about there being a violation of the principle of sufficient reason. Every event that happens should be fully explicable. There shouldn't be some mystery left over.
Well, as I said in my published writing on this doesn't require commitment to some sort of general principle of sufficient reason. It's enough to have a restricted principle of sufficient reason in a case like this, that if a man is counting it once...
Oh, you hear that? That's moving the goalpost, people. So what that is he's pulling back from a full PSR because there's a little bit of a push on PSR. He doesn't even try to defend it. He's pulling back to a restricted PSR. So whatever the PSR wants him to mean, or whatever he wants the PSR to mean. Sorry, I couldn't figure out how to phrase that for some reason. But whatever he wants the PSR to mean, which is probably going to be something that excludes the God from requiring a reason.
Number per second, and he's been counting for an infinite number of seconds, then we should ask, why does he finish just now rather than yesterday, since an infinite number of seconds had already elapsed? And that doesn't require commitment to some sort of general principle of sufficient reason. It seems to me to be a modest requirement.
Okay, and did you want to spell out in any detail what the requirement is?
Well, I can't do it from memory, but in the work I published on this, like the Systematic Philosophical...
Oh man, he called him out on it. He's like, so basically he's just trying to figure out, like, what is William Lane Craig's exact PSR? What are we working with? Let's examine this, right?
Theology. I interact with Graham Oppy's proposed principle of sufficient reason and show that it would meet his version of the principle. So interested readers could consult that discussion.
I think from memory, it was something along the lines of the very most, because Graham gives a bunch of different principles of sufficient reason, varying different things about what type of events or facts or whatever are being to be explained and what type of explanation is, whether it's partial, complete, ultimate, whatever. So I think in the paper, from memory, I think you're saying, because Graham likes the partial explanation version, he thinks that's more plausible than the super strong ones that require an ultimate explanation. And you say, well, there couldn't even be a partial explanation for why he's completing his countdown. Does that sound right to you?
I don't recall in detail, Alex. I wrote that years ago and haven't reviewed that particular footnote.
I was reading it just the other day, so I'm pretty sure that's right. Okay. That it was partial, and I'm not sure that the terminology is entirely nailed down really anywhere. People talk about these things differently in different places, but a partial explanation is one that's not necessarily leaves everything explained. It would be like if I say, what explains why this glass has got water in it? I'll say, well, because Nancy just came along and poured some water in it a moment ago. You could always, of course, say, well, why did Nancy come along and do that? Then I'd have to talk something about her motivations, or why did she have those motivations? We could keep going, but it's at least a partial explanation to say that Nancy came and poured some water in a moment ago, right? So if that's the type of thing we're talking about, I think I can give partial explanations, because, I mean, why did he finish his count? Why was he counting one today? Well, because he was counting two yesterday. He counts at the rate of one number a day. That's a partial explanation, it sounds like. Just like saying, well, Nancy poured some water in just a moment ago. It's not an ultimate explanation. And you could say, well, why was he counting two yesterday? And I'll say, well, because he was counting three the day before that. Okay, so I can give partial explanations. It seems like when the bar has been lowered down to the Graham Oppy version of the principle of sufficient reason, it's quite easy to meet, actually. So you won't like the explanation because you're going to say, well, what's the ultimate?
That is a great point. So he's saying that with the weakened PSR, you're able to meet the bar for necessary being much easier. I think. That is a spectacular point.
Explanation, but that would be to move the bar back up to a strong principle of sufficient reason. And I'm not sure I can give that, but then I'm going to maybe doubt that principle is sort of rationally obliged in every case.
I mean, are you really satisfied with the answer?
Oh, he's saying that it may not be a necessary being at all. Oh.
Why is he finishing his countdown today rather than yesterday? Are you satisfied with the answer? Because
and he's looping back in. This is getting crazy, people. William Lane Craig just once again ignored the response and is trying to get him. He's trying to get him got here, people. He is pulling back into the problems with infinite. And he's asking, are you satisfied? It sounds like he's going into an emotional appeal here, people.
He counted -2 yesterday. That just seems to me to be a technical point that it really explains nothing. It could just as well have been that he counted -1 yesterday and -2 the day before.
Were you satisfied when I gave the explanation that Nancy just poured some water into this glass? Was that satisfying?
Yes.
Why? She could have just as easily poured some coffee in there, right?
Yes.
But how come that's satisfying then? And in the case of the counting,
probably because in this case that would be the relevant factor as to why there's water in the glass, rather than say the impermeability of the walls of the glass is why there's water in the glass. That would be an irrelevant detail to the implicit causal factor you're seeking. In causal explanations, you're always focusing on one particular element. For example, why did the match not light? well, you could say, well, because it wasn't struck. Or you could say, well, it's because it was wet. Or for some other, there was no oxygen in the room. And you don't need to consider all of those explanations, but the one that is relevant to the context. And in this case, about wondering why the man counting from infinity should finish this countdown today just seems to me to be no less mysterious by answering, well, because he counted -2 yesterday.
What? This was addressed earlier in this discussion. This is what I was saying. So earlier in the discussion, Malpass had addressed this and said, hey, if there was infinite time and infinite time had passed, he would have counted to infinity, right? If he had infinite time to count infinite whatever, he would have counted there to infinite if it had passed, right? And so William Lane Craig is just going back being like, yeah, this is not a satisfying explanation, right? And so he's going back into his argument against the infinity. This, I think the audience pointed this out. This is starting to feel like an infinite loop of arguing about possibly not possible infinites.
I think, though, that what's going on is that you're not satisfied because it's not an ultimate explanation, right? You want to go all the way down the series of turtles to see what's at the bottom. And if you never find that, you're going to be unsatisfied. And that's your problem with it, is that you actually want an ultimate explanation. Any partial explanation is not good enough. And so that's what I think is we're now moving the bar back up to a stronger version of the PSR. And then that introduces different problems. Well, I mean, because I'm not understanding why it's not relevant to say, in the case of the pouring the water in on the match or whatever, we can identify the relevant causal factor. But I'm not really clear why it's not relevant that he was counting the combination of two facts. He counts at the rate of one number a day, and yesterday he was counting 2. They entail that he was counting 1 today. It's a sufficient reason, right? In the Leibnizian terms. So how's that not relevant? I mean,
maybe Bill, we can give you the final word on this, and then we can talk about the second stage of development as well.
William Lane Craig just keeps rephrasing everything to try to confuse people. He's just rephrasing everything and using rules incorrectly, and he keeps getting called out for it. This is literally like rephrasing the prior problem. This has already been addressed. Let's see what people are saying in chat real fast. Maybe somebody has an opinion on this. Let's see here. Oh, guys in chat, you guys are arguing with each other. That's fine, but let's keep it respectful. What are you guys doing? Come on, come on.
There are quite a number of these very strange paradoxes that result from the successive addition of a collection that is not well-founded, that is a descending series. One of my favorite illustrations is the so-called Grim Reaper paradox, according to which you're alive at midnight, but there's a Grim Reaper who will strike you dead at 12:30 if you're still alive then. But then there's another Grim Reaper who will strike you dead at 12:15 if you're alive then. But then there's another Grim Reaper who will strike you dead at 12:07.30 if you're still alive then, ad infinitum. And what the paradox implies is that you cannot live past midnight, and yet no Grim Reaper can strike you down. So that here you have an actual logical contradiction from this attempt to successively go through a series like this.
Just one thing on that, you can, interested audience members, I'm not going to respond to it now, but they can read the 2 papers I published with Joe Schmidt or the one I published with Dan Info on my views on that. Yeah, we'll come back to that later, another day maybe.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, let's conclude with the conclusion of the argument.
So that's definitely interesting that he would bring that up. Joe Schmidt, I believe, and Detroyer too. I think they had a pretty anti-argument, Grim Reaper paradox argument. I don't know why he keeps bringing up these paradoxes, though, right? These are like issues and different ways that you apply logic to stuff, right? I really don't know. Maybe I do. It seems like he's just trying to be confusing and rope people back into Christianity and pull them away from the rigor, right?
Which is that the universe has a cause. And you have various arguments for thinking that this cause is something rather godlike, timeless, spaceless, immaterial, but also personal. I wonder whether we can sort of throw this back to you, Alex, and see where your problems might lie with this second stage of the argument.
Okay, so discussing this bit would be to bracket all of the stuff, all the problems that I raised earlier on. So as if I accepted, yes, there must be a first cause, and the past was finite, which I've been disputing and grumbling about so far. But let's pretend that I accepted everything that Bill was arguing for. So now the question would just be, what's this first cause like then? What sort of properties could we deduce from it? And I guess, Bill, I don't want to put words in your mouth, of course, but your ideas have stayed the same for a long period of time about the conceptual analysis of the first cause. It must be timeless and spaceless, incredibly powerful, and you think the best explanation of its action is that it must be a personal agent rather than some kind of impersonal force or mechanism or something that's there. Yes. Right? So I'm not misrepresenting.
Not at all.
Okay. So it seems to me that a lot of those things
do have to say there are a lot of additional presuppositions that you have to hold to claim like a position like that. One of them being that minds can exist without brains or some type of physical substrate, which I feel like the argumentation against is very convincing. Very convincing.
Are quite. I was trying to think of like a pithy way of saying this. I don't mean this at all in a disrespectful way, but I mean, it seems to me that to summarize it clearly, it's like an argument from lack of imagination, right? It's just that like, I can think of other explanations, other ways that you could possibly just dispute any of those points, right? So, for instance, does it need
Wow, he's just smiling through that. He's like, it could be just a lack of imagination on your part. That is wild.
to be supremely powerful to create the universe? I think I can imagine situations where something of not very much power kicks off something that goes on to be quite powerful. So this is a bit of an abstract way of thinking about it, but the Neoplatonists think about some kind of the one which emanates a demiurge that has like a bit more causal power and a bit more freedom, which itself emanates a secondary demiurge that can do a bit more. That's a bit of an old-fashioned way of thinking. A more up-to-date version of this might be the kind of AI Nick Bostrom AI superintelligence scenario, where you get some AI that can create. It's not very clever, but it can create a version of itself that's a bit more clever than it, and that can create a version of AI that's a bit more clever than it, and we get this kind of hierarchy until you get to a point of something that's super intelligent. And you might think, well, here's something super intelligent. It must have been created by something that was very, very intelligent or powerful. But no, it could be incrementally created by something that's not very clever or powerful, like a kind of avalanche that's kicked off by something small can result in a big effect.
Oh, that's cool. He's using like the AI future to explain, like the possible future of AI to explain, like possibly how consciousness came about, right? Like piece by piece, part by part, if you will. Like, oh, I don't know how to better explain that, but like the brain developed over time and got more complicated and complex, right? I really like that.
So I just think you can't look at the universe and say, oh, it's very big, and it must have been something very powerful to make something so big. It may have been something that didn't have much power.
Well, it's important to see that I don't claim that you can show.
I guess even just applying that to the universe, but that would be cool for like arguing for the brain too, I think, or a lot of stuff actually. But yeah, he's using that for the universe. My bad.
That the creator of the universe is omnipotent or supremely powerful. The word I use is enormously powerful. And the reason for that is because it brings the universe into being out of nothing. And here, I'm tempted by John Donne's SCOTUS argument that there is an infinite distance between being and non-being. And so any being that has the capacity to create things ex nihilo, regardless of their size, has to be omnipotent. Well, I'm not committing myself to that, but it does seem to me it has to be enormously powerful. Remember, this series of demiurges or intermediate causes cannot be infinite in the past. It has to get back to a first being that is.
That to me just sounds like a lot of theological baggage, right? So he's saying that somebody's arguing that to traverse or an infinite amount of space between non-physical or the supernatural or whatever they're going to call it, immaterial to the, no, I guess it'd be like non-physical to the physical, something like that. But an infinite amount of space, so it would have to be infinitely powerful. But no, he's arguing enormously powerful. Oh man, to me this just sounds like so many issues. I'm sure you guys can figure this out, right? Maybe not. We'll find out.
Is the absolute creator of everything else that follows. And so I think that gives good grounds for thinking that it's plausible that the cause of the origin of the universe is enormously powerful.
Sure, I know that you think. I just think that we have room to disagree there without me being completely irrational, possibly. Or the idea that it has to be timeless, right? I mean, what we've done, I think, if we bought the successive edition and Hilbert's hotel argument would be to show that there's, I mean, I could probably still dig my heels in and say something like, what we've actually shown is that there's a point, if we go back finitely far, at which kind of metricated time begins. And then maybe prior to that, we have some kind of Swinburne, Paget, Mullins view about there being a non-metricated past eternity.
Yeah, I acknowledge that in my work, that it shows a beginning to metric time. And if you want to adopt this Paget, Swinburne, Lucas view, you could try to argue that prior to the inception of metric time, there is a sort of amorphous time that I would say it's not simply metrically amorphous, as those thinkers claim. It has to be geometrically amorphous. You've got to dissolve the geometric structure of the line to characterize this time. In fact, it looks suspiciously like a point, which looks like...
Oh, man. Oh, man. So he claims a theory of time, and he claims general relativity. I'm sure, I don't know everything about a theory of time, but I'm sure that there's going to be some more issues that arise with what he's saying here. I feel like a lot of what he's saying is just inconsistent. I don't know if it's motivated reasoning. I don't know if it sounds like apologetics to me. I know he's a philosopher, but he sounds like apologetics to me.
Timelessness, like eternity. So I'm willing to grant that you could have this amorphous time prior to the inception of metric time, but I'm skeptical that that's the best explanation.
Sure, but then the point would just be that it's not timeless. If it always says it's non-metric.
If it's in this non-metric or amorphous time,
so there goes
it's not something that can be extended infinitely backwards.
Well, we lose track of the ability to measure it. That's the whole point. But it's time, and it's basically beginningless because it's not finite.
Well, you can, as I say, in this non-metric time, measure or compare nested intervals of time. You can't compare the interval AB to the interval CD in terms of their length, but you can compare the interval AD to the interval CD because they're nested within one another. And I argue against the thinkers we've just mentioned that what this requires, therefore, is much, much more than non-metric time. We've got to get rid of the geometrical structure of a line to characterize this pre-creation time, and then it begins to look really like
pre-creation time. I think he's pulling his A theory into this, is what's going on. I think this is just a misunderstanding of a lot of physics in conjunction with the presuppositions that one would have to hold his religious position. And I think this is just creating these issues in the way that he sees things, right?
Timelessness.
But at the very
Cafe says, Craig once invoked a sense of the eternal, the intuitive phenomenon Romain Roland called the sense of the infinite, but he muddies the water by trapping it in an analytical logic. By weaponizing Hilbert's hotel, he reduces a profound intuition into a pedantic debate over transfinite math, turning reality into a cold intellectual exercise. Thank you for the thoughts. Appreciate it, Cafe.
It's more complicated than simply saying it has to be timeless. There are avenues, it's further threads.
I talk about this in the book, so it's not like I'm ignoring the question.
What about personhood? Is that is that sort of the personal nature of it being a sort of hurdle for you in the second stage as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think, to see if I can get in Craig's argument right again, the idea is something like it's either going to be personal or impersonal. If it's impersonal, then there's some kind of mechanism or something, and the thought would be, well, if the necessary and sufficient conditions to manifest that mechanism's output were present already for eternity or something, then it would have, you can't just say that it just happened to do it 13.8 billion years ago. Why not think that it would have done it a trillion or a billion or whatever infinite time ago? We're a bit like the counter down, he should have finished already kind of thing. But I think then, well, the alternative would be, if it's a person making a free choice, he could have just simply chosen to do it at that point. Like the man who's been sitting in a chair for eternity just decides to stand up at some point. It's sort of explicable in agent causation terms. But I wonder why can't we just describe it in terms of a kind of indeterministic causation? It doesn't have to be the old-fashioned necessary and sufficient conditions analysis of causation. Why not say that there's some, it's an indeterministic, like a mousetrap or something that just happened to snap at some point in time, could have snapped at any point, it just happened to snap at that point, and that's the beginning of time. Why does it have to be personal? Personal free choice.
So he's saying it could just be something that happens without intention, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be a choice from a conscious agent of some sort. It could just be a substance that activates into the next phase or something.
On a kind of strong libertarian view, possibly stronger view than maybe you take, but looks quite like indeterministic, mechanistic causation anyway. So the two things sort of very similar looking. I'm not sure why I'm compelled to believe in the personal option when the indeterministic causation option looks basically just the same, except without the personal aspect to it, sort of impersonal, indeterministic causation.
Yeah, I don't see any scientifically plausible account of that sort of impersonal, indeterministic causation.
Wow. Indeterminate. Oh, wow. Wow. I don't see. Oh, wow. I just don't think he's read enough about science. There's indeterminate stuff.
Of the universe. We're talking about a non-physical state of affairs. And therefore, I think the appropriate category would be a personal explanation, because appeal to things like quantum indeterminacy and so forth isn't going to get you the origin of the universe just 13.8 billion years ago. If there's any chance of it being metastable and springing into our universe, it will either happen from eternity or not at all. So it seems to me that the inference that we're dealing here with a personal agent is a really persuasive one that advocates of the Kalam argument since Al-Ghazali have argued for.
So let me just bring up one more grumble, if that's all right. I mean, I know
let's have our final grumble.
Which is just that I suppose there's a kind of weight on the other side of the balance sheet, in my view, which is that if you're going to suppose that there's a personal agent at the beginning of all of this, now we have to suppose that it's possible that there could be a mind that's completely disembodied and changeless.
Yes.
And it's not quite so clear to me that that's unproblematic, right? Like, I think I have this idea that I can tell through my own direct acquaintance with my consciousness, what it's like to be conscious, that it's dynamic. It's essentially dynamic, it seems to me. That, for instance, if I fall into a completely dreamless sleep and awake from that, from my perspective, I can look at the clock and tell that time has passed, but it doesn't feel like time has passed. It feels like nothing's happened, right? Because my consciousness sort of dropped out because it wasn't changing, because nothing was happening. And I think it seems to me coherent, a thought experiment, that everything freezes, absolutely everything, all motion of everything, and my thoughts themselves freeze, and then it starts again after some period of time. I wouldn't even notice from my point of view, because my conscious experience sort of stops.
This is an important point. He's saying that, I think he's going to say that, like, without the physical portion controlling it, how is this even possible, right? He's saying it stops when you go to sleep. My thoughts on going to sleep is that you just go unconscious, right? Like, I mean, not unconscious. Basically, your brain goes into a mode where it's like storing memories and stuff, right? So, like, it takes the important things from the day and it stores them. And your dreams are that, right? Is like what you experience while that's happening, right? While your brain is storing the memories, important stuff from the day, right? Let's see where he goes.
It's not changing, right? And I think that if that's right, it doesn't make sense to have a changeless personal agent, like a mind that's outside a changing causal order. It just doesn't make sense to me. I think I can tell from interest.
Oh, I was wrong. He was more pushing change. He was saying that they're calling it changeless, but all the examples of a mind that we have are change. So something like 100% of observed minds change or get altered or something. Therefore, it's unlikely this exists absent all this stuff, something like that.
That my mind is like a shark. It has to keep moving and changing, or else it just drops out completely.
Well, I would have thought that your illustration showed the exact.
I'm sorry, because it keeps changing, so the changeless thing would have to change, so it can't exist. I'm sorry, I don't know what I was thinking there.
Opposite of that, Alex. That illustration, I think, comes from Sidney Shoemaker's article, Time Without Change, where he imagines that every few years, 1/3 of the universe freezes and becomes utterly immobile and changeless. And he says you wouldn't be aware of it, but you could calculate when it happens. That seems to support the idea of consciousness that is unchanging and frozen into immobility. Now, in my work on God and Time, which is, in a sense, the sequel to the work on the Kalam Cosmological Argument, my book God, Time, and Eternity, and the book Time and Eternity, I have chapters where I discuss whether a person can be timeless. Does it make sense to talk about a timeless consciousness? And there I'm persuaded that although this won't be your garden variety person, there is no incoherence in the notion of a timeless person. And your illustration, I think, would actually support that.
Well, gentlemen, I'm sure we could go on for absolutely hours, but we do not.
That's wild to me. It's like literally every point, Alex, that's pretty much the debate. But like, or that is the debate. But every point that Alex Malpass made, William Lane Craig pretty much just dodged and moved on to the next point. I'm shocked. Alex Malpass made such damning critiques, and they just went over his shoulder. That was wild. That was a wild debate. I think Alex Malpass outright won it with like 20 points. That was crazy. And he just smiled through it. William Lane Craig just smiled through it. That was an interesting debate, people. I am excited for tomorrow. Tomorrow, let me pull this back up. Tomorrow we have, let me pull this up. Even if the universe has had a cause, does that prove God, right? We'll be talking about the Kalam. I should have just known that offhand. We'll be talking about the Kalam and related arguments. It's going to be exciting, people. We've also got some fun debates coming up. I hope you guys are all pumped up. With this being said, though, I am getting ready to call it. So I'm going to do a quick recap. We discussed the Kalam today a good bit. We listened to the debate here between William Lane Craig and Alex Malpass. This was a ton of fun. It's a great conversation. A large portion of this discussion was Alex Malpass telling William Lane Craig that he is misunderstanding or confused or confusing people. I thought that was interesting. And he pointed out the specific things. So he was misinterpreting infinites or misunderstanding infinites. He was equivocating between terms. There were several fallacies committed there. And that's why I gave the win to Alex Malpass. And those errors in reasoning were pretty easy to see as we were listening to the debate, right? I mean, he just pointed them out. Now, I do think it was interesting that most of these critiques just slid off of William Lane Craig, and he had a response to everything. But to me, the responses sounded like apologetics. But that's for you to decide. I have my opinions on the debate. I'm sure you have yours. I do appreciate all of you. Tomorrow, do not forget, we have a open panel debate. Oh, remember, it is important to use proper reasoning. Now, you may not always be 100% accurate with everything you do. No one is, right? But you need to use proper reasoning. You need to make sure that you're not skipping massive logical gaps to get to your conclusion, right?